our amazing. I'll be introducing our amazing speaker, our amazing host. Right? I'll be introducing our amazing host. So, but right now, before we do that, please let us know where you're calling in from. Let me know where you're calling in from. Put in the chat where you're calling from. And again, get something to write with and something to write on. You don't want to miss 1 minute of this information. Not one. If you do, then you'll tend to ask somebody who has no clue about this industry. So welcome. Please put in the chat where you're calling from. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me get off the stage because I've been up here long enough. Like I said, I'm John and I'm your host, but it's time for me to move out of the way. This gentleman I'm about to introduce you to, he's an ordinary gentleman doing extraordinary things. He's an ordinary gentleman doing extraordinary things. So, and he just like anybody else, not like anybody else, but just like him, he's doing it. Like I said, he's doing extraordinary things. He lives in Virginia, the Washington, D.C., Maryland area. He's a pastor. He's a pastor. He's a pastor. He's a husband. He's a Marine veteran. He's a mentor. He's a friend. He's a coach. There's a lot of adjectives I can put behind this gentleman's name. But let me say this. He worked at the White House as a Marine. Can you believe that? I haven't visited the White House because don't live in the Virginia area, but he's a former White House staff diplomat security team leader. A diplomatic security team leader at the American Embassy in more than one place in Central America, in the Middle East. He's had 20 years in the real estate industry. He's a veteran and a leader. Listen to this. He's an award-winning real estate agent, a luxury agent at eXp Realty, and a 4-time icon, top 1 to 2% in the company. 1 to 2%. That's top of the top. That's cream of the crop, right? So, nationwide speaking, a real estate coach. He's a team leader. He's my mentor, my friend. He's a team leader here at Dream. Ladies and gentlemen, please put some fire. Don't put a 1 in the chat. Put a 100 in the chat for Mr. Rod Obi. Sir, are you out there?
Woo! Thank you so much, John, for that amazing introduction, sir. Hey, your Cash App is on the way, man. You take Zelle or Cash App. I got to take care of you for that one, man. But thank you so much for all you do, sir. You also are, a military veteran. You've done amazing things down there in Alabama, and you're leading the expansion. So thank you, sir. I know you're, working for missile defense with the government and just so many things. He's also the former president of Toastmasters. So that guy's a speaker in his own right. But thank you so much for John. And again, welcome everybody to Super Saturday. Can y'all just put some ones in the chat? Y'all excited? Y'all fired up about Super Saturday this morning? I just appreciate everybody waking up early this morning and being with us. Hey, I first want to just give honor to God, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who's the head of my life. Anybody grateful to be in the land of the living on this morning? Anybody grateful for anything? Can you just put it in the chat, guys, if you're grateful for anything on this morning? If you're glad that God woke you up, if you just glad, excited to see another day, you're in your right mind with good health and strength, put it in the chat, guys, what you're grateful for on this morning. Come on, let's look in the chat, guys. What are you grateful for on this morning? What are you grateful for? Anybody grateful for their family being in good health? I see some amens. Somebody say they're grateful for another day. Grateful just to be breathing. I know that's right, Felicia. Yeah, Miss Emma say health and strength to be alive. I know that's right, guys. Amen. Put them in the chat, guys. What you're grateful for on this morning. But again, good to see everybody, and we're excited. Welcome. I want to say welcome to our BYLD Network family across the country. BYLD Network, and y'all,
yay!
I want to see some faces. Can y'all make some noise, BYLD Network?
Obi, can you switch to yourself? We don't see you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Somebody, what my Zoom masters, take care of me. Spotlight me, do something. But guys, good to see everybody on this morning. And again, welcome our BYLD family. I want to welcome all of our guests who are on today. All of our guests who came on, maybe somebody invited you here today. Welcome. We are glad to see you on today. And want to give a shout out to the founders of this company. Man, we got some amazing leadership. Leadership is everything, guys. Everything hinges on leadership. Is that right, guys? Put a 1 in the comments if you believe that leadership, everything hinges on leadership. Whenever I'm looking at a company, guys, first thing I ask is who are the leaders of the company? And I'm just grateful that we have leaders with a track record of success, leaders that have been industry pioneers and veterans just leading the way. Want to give a shout out to the founders of this amazing company, Danny Pacheco. Come on, give it up for Danny Pacheco, Mr. Wences Navarro, Mr. JC Rangel, who you're going to hear from in just a few minutes. Mr. Sam Bean, who's also going to be with us on today, guys. He's the VP of Sales. And just want to give a shout out. Yeah, guys, give it up for our amazing, amazing leadership here at the BYLD Network. And want to give a shout out to my awesome sponsor, Mr. Jabari Sadler. Come on, can y'all give, everybody knows Jabari still holds the record for the #1 amount of sales in a month, 28, guys. We're not going to live it up until, we're not going to quit mentioning it until somebody breaks that record. So if y'all can give it up for my sponsor, how many of y'all know that the fortune is really in the follow-up? The fortune's in the follow-up. I told him no several times, and man, he kept following up with him. So we're going to make sure that we put some fortune with his follow-up. We're going to live up to, what we said we're going to do. So thank you, Jabari. I appreciate you, man. And want to give a shout out to our amazing Dream Team Leadership Council. We got an amazing leadership council as well that's expanding, helping us expand across the U.S. And also abroad. And welcome to all of our Dream Team Global as well. We have some global members who are joining us today, all the way from Nigeria, South Africa, and the Philippines, guys. So shout out. And I want to give a shout out to Ray Dockery. Ray is on our team. He's the Director of International Expansion for the Dream Team, guys. So give it up for Ray Dockery. Put some love in the chat for Ray. He's expanding us, guys. We're at over 900 affiliates signed up with BYLD, posturing, getting ready for international expansion, guys. So get ready, get ready, get ready. So we got the troops getting in position for just BYLD Network takeover and domination, guys. So get ready, guys. So man, it's Mr. Rangel out there. Can somebody help me out? It's Mr. Rangel. Somebody come off mute to let me know if Mr. Rangel, yes. I can't. He's in out. Man, okay, awesome. We have the distinct honor and privilege to have the president of the company with us. I don't know what Jabari had to do. He pulled some strings for me to reach out to the president of the company to take time out of his busy schedule to be with us. Mr. Rangel, I'm gonna read your bio. So, sir, Mr. JC Rangel is a sales and leadership professional with experience in the solar, credit repair, and the real estate industry, guys. He's currently the president of the BYLD Network. And y'all put some ones in the chat, guys. Put some love out there. The president of the BYLD Network. Then he's been the founder and CEO of his own credit repair company. He's worked as a successful real estate broker in the Los Angeles County area. In his first 3 years in the solar industry, check this out, y'all. In his first 3 years in the solar industry, his team installed over 2,100 solar systems. That's a bad brother right there. He's a husband. He's a father. He's a mixed martial artist champion. That tells you about his discipline right there, his work ethic, his tenacity. I want a leader like that, guys. He's helped redefine the solar industry as a leader in the work from home solar sales. And what I most admire about Mr. Rangel is just, man, he's a visionary. He's a pioneer. He's a leader. When I first got into this industry almost a year ago, man, I was watching Mr. Rangel videos. He's the one that helped me get started. I was watching all him, man. He was my secret coach. He didn't know it, but he was my coach. He was my inspiration. So without any further delay, help me bring to the stage, to the screen, this awesome man, our leader, our president, Mr. JC Rangel, sir. The floor is all yours, sir.
All right. How you guys doing?
Amazing.
Oh, great.
Awesome. Well, very happy to be here. Thank you for that introduction, man. I'm getting pumped up. I'm in California. It's 7 a.m, and I'm getting pumped up with that introduction. I'm like, wow. So give me 1 second, connecting my phone to my charger. Let's see here. Got my camera on. Can you guys see me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, first and foremost, thank you so much Rod for the introduction. That's such an amazing introduction. Very happy to be here. I love it. We've got 71 people on here. That is a testament to the leadership of this group and the commitment of our people in BYLD Network. So we are extremely blessed, extremely happy to be a part of this. So and we've got things going on all over the place. You guys got this event going on. I know that there's a bunch of sales happening. We've got an event here in California that starts at 10 a.m. that we've got 120 people registered to attend. So we're entering momentum. We really are. So I'm very happy to be here. And I just wanted to come on here, ladies and gentlemen, for a couple of minutes to kind of set the stage for what's going to happen here today, right? As I mentioned, we've got a lot of things going on, but when this group asked me if I could come on here and say a few words before this Super Saturday gets started, I said, absolutely, count me in, right? If it doesn't conflict with the event I've got Saturday, count me in. They say, well, it's in the East Coast. It starts at 10 a.m. Eastern. I said, that's perfect. That's 7 a.m. my time. I'll be available. So I'm here to say a couple of things, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, we don't think of this just as a business, right? We think of this as we are building a crusade. We are helping people. We've got enough evidence. I started in the industry, the solar industry in 2020 during the pandemic. So think about it. Late March 2020 is when I started in this industry. And I had no experience in solar. As a matter of fact, what's interesting is that in 2018, my family and I, my wife and I, we had a 7-figure net worth, multiple 6-figure yearly passive residual income, and a 7-figure net worth. By 2019, we had lost it all. Thanks to the industry, the solar industry in 2020, during the pandemic, starting from zero, right? We went and made it all back, right? And then some. But most importantly, we helped a lot of people along the way. In our first 3 years, starting with no experience, and during the pandemic, in our first 3 years, our team was able to do over 2,100 solar installations. We helped a lot of people in our team make a lot of money. It's a beautiful industry. We helped a lot of homeowners protect their home, not only from high costs from the utilities, but literally protect their homes and their families. We offered a BYLD network, ladies and gentlemen. I want to emphasize something. We literally have 3 products that can save people's lives. For example, when you look at what happened in California, it's still happening right now with the fires. It's almost all put out already, but it's been bad, right? Even areas that were not affected by the fires, their electricity was turned off. What about those people that are on medical devices? What about those people, whatever the case may be, that they need these medical devices to work? It's a life or death situation. A solar system with a battery will take care of that. What about the people in Texas a couple of years ago with the freeze out, 2001, I believe it was, okay? Or the hurricane from last year. You know who were the people that were okay during that time? The people with solar and a battery. Then we've got the security side of the business. We know a friend of mine who's works this company with us had his father-in-law and mother-in-law in Long Beach, California. They get home one day, there's some intruders in the house. Unfortunately, the intruders shot them. They're no longer with us. The gentleman tells me, JC, if they had a security system like the one that I got, they would have never been home. They would have never gone to the home. They would have known something's wrong, or the alarm would have gone off. They could have seen through the cameras, the alarm would have gone off. Police would have been called before they even got there. The intruders wouldn't have been there to begin with. And then the water product, can we agree that the water that you drink is extremely important? And if we are drinking the best quality water for 10 years, 15, 20, 30, 40 years, will that make an impact on our health? It absolutely will. So this is not just a business. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a crusade to help as many people as possible. And the beautiful thing about it is that by helping others, we get to help ourselves. And this group of people, whoever invited you on here today, ladies and gentlemen, invited you because they saw something in you, because they want to share something with you that is extremely powerful, that we are, as a matter of fact, next month, we are going international. So there's a lot of exciting things happening here at BYLD. And I've always been told this. I've been told you've got 2 opportunities to get wealthy in your life. 2 opportunities. This is what I heard over 20 years ago. They said, everybody will get 2 opportunities to get wealthy in their life. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if this is the first or if this is a second, but I promise you, it's one of them. Maybe it's a second. And who knows, if you miss it, maybe you get a third, or maybe it's your first. And the next one comes in 20, 30 years. I don't know about you. I don't want to do that. Warren Buffett said that energy deregulation will be the largest transfer of wealth in history. America's going renewable energy. We're going to be driving electric vehicles. The grid can't hold us. There is a tremendous opportunity. Everybody that you know eventually is going to have a solar system. Eventually, they're going to be driving an EV. Okay. And guess what? They need the rest of the stuff that we offer. So we're going to stay at the forefront of what's exciting, of what's new, of what the next trends are. And guess what? That is how you build wealth. And we're going to help you. We're going to teach you. And you've got a tremendous lineup here today of absolute champions that know what they're doing, that know how to make money, that want to teach you and have a financial incentive to teach you how to be successful. So I just wanted to come on here for a couple of minutes, right? I'm going to go ahead and give it back to this incredible group, starting with, Rod. Thank you so much for inviting me, guys. I'm excited. I'm going to actually stick around for a little while I'm getting ready to go to my event. So thank you very much. And back to you, Rod.
And thank you so much, Mr. Rangel. Come on, can we put a 1 in the chat for Mr. Rangel? We just thank you, sir, for being just a visionary leader and just leading the way, just being a pioneer in this industry. So thank you, sir. Thank you for those words. And just thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be with us on today, guys. Y'all fired up on today. Come on, y'all. Y'all fired up. Let me see some
Let's
faces.
go.
Let's go. Let's go.
So fired up.
Yeah, we fired up, guys. We got a dynamic lineup today. Just going to give you some highlights. You just heard from our amazing president, Mr. J.C. Rangel. We got the one and only Mr. Sam Bean that's going to be with us a little bit later, actually this morning here. So, guys, get ready, get ready. We got Jabari Sadler. Y'all know Jabari Sadler, guys, holds the record for the most installs, man. He's going to be leading a panel with Keisha Woodbine and our Solar Pro, Tony Denner, in just a few short minutes. We got Real Deal Tim Neal. That's what we call him, the Real Deal Tim Neal, top producing agent. He's going to be talking about networking. This guy's a networking genius. Kathy Austin, a multiple state broker from eXp Realty. She teaches an amazing class with eXp University and the Black eXp Network about goal setting and GPS and setting, goals for success. So she's going to be talking to us. Tony Denner's going to come back. He's a solar pro that's done hundreds of deals, helped hundreds of families go solar. He's going to be coming back training, talking about a fast start, getting your business up and running. And then Jabari Sadler is going to come back your first 30 to 60 days in the business. So get ready, get ready. And again, thank Mr. J.C. Rangel for those awesome words. And guys, our prayers are with LA, all of our California and Los Angeles family, guys. Our prayers are with you. We're praying for their relief and praying for those families who've been just totally, lost everything, homes destroyed and displaced. So they're in our thoughts and prayers too. So guys, we're going to get ready to kick this thing off. Y'all ready? Are y'all fired up as I am?
Woo.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes,
Somebody
and
say,
yes.
let's go, let's
Yeah.
go.
I'm
Let's
fired
go.
up, man. Let's go.
All right, guys. So, man, we're
Somebody
gonna
get me a
ready.
fire extinguisher. Let's go.
Yeah. Gotta put your picture back up.
So we're going to get ready to transition to our presentation, guys. A couple of us, this presentation is going to be done by myself, Real Deal Tim Neal, and Jabari, industry experts in their own right. So we're going to be splitting this thing up. So all of our guests, get ready to buckle up, take some copious notes, and then we're going to lay out why we're here at this amazing company called BYLD. Y'all see my slides? Okay, everybody's good. I'm good to go. Y'all see it? So BYLD Network, guys. I love the theme of this company is build your mindset. How many of y'all know that mindset is everything?
Mm-hmm.
How you thinking? What's your mindset like? Are you going to be a winner? Are you going to be victorious this year? Is 2025 going to be your year? So building your mindset, building your business, showing everybody how to go and come over here and build a strong multiple 6-figure and maybe even a 7-figure business here in this company, and building your net worth. Building my network, being able to leave a legacy for me, my family, my children's children, building that network. So we're going to get into it right now, guys. This is me right here. A little bit about Rod Obi. You heard my bio a little earlier, but man, I'm a family man. This me and my family here in the middle, me and my lovely bride. You see, she's all over the place. That's my sweetheart right there, guys. And just a station identification, guys. We're less than a month away from Valentine's Day. Make sure y'all, brothers, I'm giving you a warning now. Go ahead and start planning. But that's my family, guys. Where I'm a real estate agent as well, luxury agent here in the Northern Virginia, Washington, D.C. area. I was agent 118 at eXp Realty, 118th agent to join eXp. And the reason I want to just put emphasis on that, guys, we saw what was happening early on. And the same thing we saw 12, 13 years ago when we joined eXp, we see it now. We see it now with the BYLD network. So timing and positioning is everything. You see, I'm a water. I love being on the water with the family. We bought a boat last year, but worked at the White House military. We also associate pastors, amazing church, Harvest Life Church in Woodbridge, Virginia, where we serve as associate pastors over there. So that's my beautiful family, guys. So BYLD has 4 high ticket brokerages. And then whatever we're talking about high ticket, guys, high ticket means high sales, high commission, being able to earn a great income in either one of these verticals. We have Encore Solar, and we're partnered with the #1 residential solar provider in the country, Freedom Forever. Guys, nobody's put more solar on roofs than Freedom Forever. Then we have our commercial division. You're going to hear about commercial, being able to go in and help churches, organizations, warehouses, all these businesses and stores, help them go solar. And then ADT, guys, ADT has been in this country over 100 years, one of the most well-known providers in the country. So that's near and dear to my heart as a real estate agent. First thing that we're doing after we close on the house is that we're changing the locks. We're changing over the utilities, and I want to make sure that family's protected. And then, of course, we have the Rain H2O that you'll hear about later from Mr. Jabari Sadler, and amazing clean water and living healthier. So why build a business? Why build a business, guys? Because nobody's coming to save you. How many of you know that if it is to be, it's up to me? How many of y'all believe that? Know that. If it is to believe, 2025 is inside you. But what are you going to make? How many of y'all declaring that 2025 is going to be your best year yet? Put it in the comments, guys. I'll put a one and then say, yes, that's me. 2025 is going to be my best year yet. But nobody's coming to save you. If you want to change, you got to make a change. If you want something different, you got to do something different. So for me, I wanted to do something different, guys. I had been working in the military and got out, started working in corporate America as a government contractor, and I was doing real estate on the side. But man, I kept telling my wife is on here too, Lasherie, I see her out there. But I kept telling her I wanted to be free. There's a lot of people, I wanted time, money, and freedom. There's a lot of people with a lot of money, but they don't have time. They don't have freedom. Or there's a lot of people with a lot of time, but they ain't got no money. They can't go nowhere. They can't travel. They can't live the lifestyle that they really want to live. So I wanted time, money, and freedom. So I had that entrepreneur bug ever since I was a kid, that I want to be in business for myself. I wanted to call the shots. I wanted to be the boss. How many bosses do we have in the room? Do we have any bosses in the room like a boss? JD emceeing like a boss today. Entrepreneurship used to be a should, but now, man, it's become a must. You got to have some secondary income coming in, especially in our area right here in the DMV, guys. The cost of living is extremely high. Young people coming out of college can't even afford to own. They can't even afford to purchase their own home. And just, you go to the grocery stores. Ever since COVID, you've seen a spike in the rise in the cost of goods and services and groceries and everything, gasoline. So it's almost like you got to have that secondary income coming in just to really survive, just to be able to make ends meet. Is that right, y'all? So entrepreneurship, guys, that's why, build a business. We live in this age of the gig economy. People got gigs. And, if your household, anything like mine, we got Amazon coming. They got groceries coming to the front door and people delivering groceries. Everybody, all types of gigs out there, Uber drivers. How many of y'all are taking up an Uber, Airbnb, Shopify, and shopping online and making money online, all these type of gigs? But I didn't join this business right here just to have another gig. The reason I'm over here as a top producing luxury agent, 4-time icon, multiple 7-figure earners, because this is an opportunity I can make C-level income. When I'm talking about C-level, it's like the C-suite of a corporation, the CEO, the VP, the top level executives, doctors, lawyers type of income. That's why I'm over here. So don't treat this thing like a gig. I came over here, I treated it like $1 million business. What to look for in a business opportunity? Whenever I'm looking for a business opportunity, guys, I want to know what the market share is like. If there's going to be any market out there, any share of the market where I can go and bring a product or service to the market and it's not saturated. And that's what we found in solar. You look at the real estate, man, everybody knows at least 5 or 6 realtors. They probably program locked in your phone. You know, even in my church, man, you know, there's probably about 10, 15 realtors. Who do you pick? Everybody knows a realtor, but guys, how many y'all, you know, you're talking to the average person, how many got a solar person locked in their phone? Know somebody that's in solar. So I was looking for a business that wasn't saturated, low market penetration. Let's talk solar. Warren Buffett said energy deregulation would be the largest transfer of wealth in history. You heard our president say it a few moments ago. You know, back in his 80s, guys, if some of y'all are old enough, you probably remember the old E.F. Hutton commercials. Anybody remember E.F. Hutton? It was a stockbroker. They had a commercial back in the 80s, you know, they were walking through the airport, 2 gentlemen having a conversation about stocks. And he leads over to his brother and asks him what he thought about it. What was his opinion? He said, well, my broker, E.F. Hutton, and everybody stops in the airport. Everybody stops. And they have another commercial. There's a big parade and the whole parade stops. And it says E.F. Hutton says. And the moral of that story is that when E.F. Hutton speaks, people listen. So Warren Buffett now, like, you know, the 20th century, you know, 2025 E.F. Hutton, when Warren Buffett speaks, people listen. And he speaks with his money and where his money goes. So I did some research. Warren Buffett has invested over $20 billion, 20 with a B, a capital B, billion dollars into the renewable energy space. And over 7 billion of that was in solar. So his money's talking. Money talks. When he speaks with his money, it talks, and we got to listen. This is where this industry is going. This whole nation is going. So timing and opportunity is everything. Timing and opportunity, getting in position. That's what we're trying to do. Help a whole lot of people, create an army of people who are getting in position for what's about to happen in this country and abroad. There's over 30 million homes in the US. 90 million are eligible for solar. Last year, they announced, you know, it's all over the media that we had 5 million homes in this country have gone solar. Now that's 85 million homes that are eligible for solar, guys. So it's a huge market, huge potential here in this country to make a lot of money. And we got this slide here. What do you see? You know, if you were to put a drone up in any one of our neighborhoods, any one of our cities, any one of our communities, our state, that's what our communities will look like. There's a lot of potential out there. There's a lot of opportunity out there. But each one of these verticals that we have for solar, for water, for ADT, when I see myself going into one of these houses, helping them go solar, then I'm having a conversation with them a lot. Hey, if you refer me to any of your neighbors to the left, right, across the street from your friend's family, I'm going to get you paid $500 to $1,000 with our affiliate program. So I see a lot of referrals. But there's a lot of business, a lot of opportunities, a lot of families out there need each one of the verticals that we have. And that's why I'm excited to be here at BYLD. Why solar for our consumers, guys? We're going to help them save over 50% of their energy costs. They're already paying for it. It's like in real estate, man, we're talking about ownership. You know, you own your home. How about now owning your electricity? Getting free from the dirty grid, the biggest monopoly in the history of this country, getting free from it and owning your own electricity. We got zero down financing options. Nothing out of pocket. Blackout protection. You can store the energy now. Tax credit. Uncle Sam's paying for 1/3 of the project and so many other SRECs and renewable energy credits and incentives from the state and the government just to go solar. And immediate increase on the home, on your home value. You know, we're going to be training our agents how to go in and have that conversation with the homeowners and have those conversations, be able to show the money. You know, we're going to be able to show that, man, we got a $50,000 power plant on the top of this house that's generating their own electricity. That's going to save them thousands upon thousands of dollars over the lifetime of this system. We're going to be able to show them the value, show them why we price this house 5% above everything else in the neighborhood, because it has its own power plant. Don't worry, guys. We're going to be training. We're going to be showing y'all how to go in there and show them the money. Any house that I'm selling, whether it has a deck, a $30,000, $40,000 deck, or it has a $50,000, $75,000 swimming pool on it in the backyard, we're going to be pricing that home accordingly. And so we'll show you how to, package that up real nice and pretty for the appraisers when they come through, determining the value of that home. Again, we're partnered with one of the #1 solar providers in the country, guys. Freedom Forever's in 38 states. We're even down in Puerto Rico. We got one of our partners, Tim Neal, who is down in Puerto Rico, who is actually having a lunch today. We'll tell you a little bit about that. They're lunching down in Puerto Rico today. But guys, Freedom Forever, 38 states. And the goal is to be in all 50 states here, guys, within the next 12, 24 months. So just stand by. We're about to take over the entire country, be able to serve the entire country. 25-year production guarantee. Man, we're partnering with the best. Partner with the best. And commercial solar. Man, we have the opportunity now to offer commercial solar. You're not just limited to just residential. Now, guys, we're not a one-trick pony. We got multiple streams of income, multiple sources. Guys, we can go in and help churches, organizations, stores, schools. My son's school, right here in North Stafford, Virginia, is already gone solar. That should have been my deal. We were band parents. My wife and I, we were band parents. We were there, every, Friday night for the football games. We knew people. They've gone solar. But how many more schools out here that you can make a connection with? How many more government buildings and organizations that you can connect with the decision makers to have a conversation about saving them money on their utilities? Virtual solar sales, guys, being able to do this business from home. This what really got me excited. This is the new way. You don't have to knock on doors. Of course, we got some amazing door knockers that's doing their thing. We're not saying you have to stop door knocking, but guys, you can do this business right from home. From the comfort of your home, we're paying 70% commission on your solar sales, just like a real estate company. Every real estate company has a split, 80, 20, 70, 30, So the average profit could be more, could be less. That's not guaranteed, guys. I'm gonna put in guarantees out there. Average profit around the country is about $10,000 margin commission. 7,000 goes to you, 3% goes to the company. Pretty good income, is that right, y'all?
Good income, yes, sir.
70%. Being able to work from home, virtual. Perfect for the stay-at-home moms. For people like me, I've been working from home for the last, 10, 12 years since I've been in EXP Realty. They thought I was crazy, 12 years ago, leaving that perfect office and, but man, I've been working from home. Pandemic didn't faze me. But when the pandemic hit, we said we were built for this. And that's what BYLD is, guys. BYLD, they're built for any type of situations that's going on. We don't have to go to an office. We can work this business right from the comfort of our homes. I'm a visual, guys. I like to make slides to create a visual. Where do you see yourself fitting in this chart? How many families can you help go solar on a monthly basis, annually? Man, one person helping one family go solar. And we're going to break down, when you come over to bill, your first 3 are going to be with a mentor. That mentor is going to help you, train you, support you, be there to, hold your hand and give the proposal, the presentation to the homeowner. After your first 3, now you're on your own. You can do the business on your own if you decide to. Or you can say, man, I'm still doing career. Man, I don't know all the technical stuff. And you might want to, tap a mentor like Jabari. Maybe you have one of those clients who are real, they like looking at the details. They want to know the mathematical equation of the efficiency of the panels for the next 5, 10 years. Then you call on somebody like a Jabari. That guy's a rocket science. He's an engineer. And y'all split it 50-50. Or you can do your own. So 3 of these a month, man, that's $250,000. That's the type of income that's possible over here in this company. And as we're not even talking about commercial, it's residential. Imagine what the commercial numbers could look like. Why go solar, guys? I think we talked about this one already. At this time, man, I'm going to hand it on to this awesome man, Jabari, leading the way here again, man. He has a record number of solar sales, but man, he's an amazing guy. Engineer, FAMU graduate, just awesome guy, doing amazing thing in this company, a leader in the company, and doing amazing things. And I'm proud to call him my sponsor here at the company, my mentor. At this time, I'm gonna hand it off to you, sir. Thank you, Jabbar.
Man, oh man, who got a fire department they can call? Can we put some fire signs in the chat? I almost forgot I was going to present. I'm over here taking notes like a student. Rod OB is the man. Okay, put some ones, put some fire signs in the chat. I want to just sign up all over again. I break it down cool, but he breaks it down to a whole nother level. It makes me excited. It makes me proud. It makes me know that I'm not crazy, right? So let's get into this, guys. I'm excited to tag team with Rod on this presentation. So, guys, I live in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay. One of the reasons why I was so happy that JC tapped me on the shoulder and said, Jabari, I got to show you something with Freedom Forever is that we're in 38 states. Okay. So we can service Georgia where I live. I'm from the DMV area where Rod is, Virginia, Maryland, DC, but I've moved here after college and I want to be able to help my local community. And that's what I'm able to do with Freedom Forever. So what you guys are actually looking at is an article we found just a couple days ago. We're just what, 18 days into the new year, and the mayor of Atlanta made this big announcement on Facebook, and it's all about renewable energy and solar. Okay, so how many of us know that the busiest airport in the world is the Atlanta airport? Well, guess what they're doing? They're actually turning the airport into renewable energy. It's Atlanta has 100% renewable energy goal by the year 2035. So they were doing a ribbon cutting at the airport at some of the fire departments in Atlanta. And it's funny because we're talking about fire, right? A lot of fire signs in the chat because that's exactly what's going on is there's so much growth in this renewable energy field that everyone is getting involved. States and governments, local governments, federal governments. Rod talks about all the time. He came from the military protecting the U.S. embassies around the world. And when he does his research, the U.S. embassies are going solar, right? So he's got something special here. Let's keep going. So not only am I all about solar, I'm going to show you guys what this looks like, how we break this down from a build perspective. So Rod showed you guys what it looks like to go solar for the homeowner. They're saving on their energy costs. So here's an example right here in California. You guys may not know, California has the highest electric rates. And out in California, it's actually a law that you have to have solar. Okay, so when I got started in 2020 in the solar industry, first thing I did was jump on a plane and go to California and get my California license because they have to have solar out there. Okay, so here's a customer. This is actually a low bill, $287 a month. There's not too many people in California paying $287 a month for electricity, right? This is an old system. So they went from $287 a month before solar to $148 after solar. As JC says, the famous JC quote, a solar sales presentation is not a presentation, it's an IQ test. Who would not want to go from $287 a month to $148 a month, right? It doesn't make sense. So for us helping these homeowners to make this transition over to clean energy and to lower their monthly cost, we're going to make $6,400 on a project like this. So if you're brand new to renewable energy, don't worry about it. You don't need to be an engineer like me. You don't need to be a real estate agent like Rod. You can just be a regular person, everyday person, and you're going to make half of the money on this project. And the mentor is going to do all the work. Okay. So your first 3 deals, you're going to make approximately $3,200 on each one of those deals. Let's go to the next one. Here's another example in Florida. Okay. What do we call Florida? The Sunshine State. It gets sun, 360 days out of the year. Colorado is another state that gets sun 360 something days out of the year. So obviously, if you're getting that much sun, you need to put the sun to work. Because what do we have a lot of in Florida and in California? Swimming pools. Okay, a lot of people don't know swimming pools use a lot of energy. The pumps, the heaters, those things run year round, especially in a place like Florida. So your electricity bill is always high. So $410 a month is what they were paying for electricity before solar. Somebody reached out to them, could have been a family member, could have been a relative, a friend, a neighbor. Somebody said, hey, did you know you could cut that bill and save yourself a lot of money? And look what happened. Someone made $8,200 because they made an introduction to a homeowner about lowering their monthly cost. Okay, $4,100 goes to the mentor, $4,100 goes to the mentee. Let's keep going. So what happens is over time, guys, no matter where you live in the country, energy costs are always rising. If you don't believe me, think about how much a gallon of gas was when you were in high school, right? When you were 16 years old and you got your license for the first time, put it in the chat. How much did it cost to fill up your car, or how much was a gallon of gas? I know in Northern Virginia, I was paying around 90 cents a gallon. Okay? So I could fill up my Honda Civic for 15 bucks. Tim said 75 cents. Somebody said a fill up was $20, right? Compared to now, I have a Tesla now, right? So I'm not filling up my car that much, but sometimes when I drive my other car, I'm like, man, I forgot what this gas thing is like. And you're spending 50, 60 bucks to fill up your car. Maybe it's 100 bucks, depending on the size of your gas tank, right? So at the end of the day, energy cost is always going up. As Rod said, it's the largest monopoly in the United States. I don't care where you live, it's always going up. So if today's payment for you is 150, in 10 years, that electricity payment is going to be 300. In 30 years, that electricity payment is going to be $1,500. So if you add up that cost, that's $225,000 in electricity cost. All right. So later on, when we have the panel with another real estate agent, Keisha Woodbine, I'm going to break down that the life cycle cost and the maintenance cost are always more than the initial cost of buying a building or buying a home. So we're showing it right here. So to go solar, it would only cost $54,000, which means $171,000 in savings. Guys, that's like a whole nother house you could buy with $171,000. This is why we say solar sales is not a sale. It's not a pitch. It's a conversation, and it involves an IQ test. Okay. And this is how we help homeowners make that switch and take advantage of all the free government incentives that are happening around the country. Let's keep it going. So, guys, you could look at this business as strictly you could be an individual solo assassin, right? You could be an independent person making 6 figures or 7 figures just by yourself. Guys, my story real quick. When I came into solar, I was trying to replace a $20,000 a month income from my previous business. I had a similar situation to JC where I was making a lot of money. I left corporate America in 2018 as an engineer, and from 2018 all the way to 2022, I was my own boss. Okay? And so when I looked at solar, I said, wait a second. I could sell one solar deal a month and make 6 figures by myself without a team. That excited me, right? Because at the time I didn't want to build a team. But I quickly realized that I was, cutting myself short. I was missing out on the big money. Yes, I made 100K in 1 month selling solar, right? But ask me if I could do that every single month, right? I would be burned out. So the benefit of building and leveraging a team is now you truly become a broker. So when you think about brokerages, maybe you're not familiar with brokerages, right? An insurance agent is connected to an insurance broker. A real estate agent is connected to a real estate broker. So if I'm a broker, I don't necessarily have to sell a lot of insurance policies, right? Because I'm leveraging my team. I could have a team of 100 insurance agents, and I'm going to leverage their production, and it's going to benefit me and my family. So what you're seeing here is the brokerage. This is how you're able to grow. You start off as an independent solo assassin, And then you quickly realize that, hey, I can make a lot more money if I share this opportunity with others. If I can get more agents on my team, then I don't necessarily have to work as hard. So you start off making 20% on a revenue share on anyone you bring into the company, but quickly it goes up to 30%, 35%, 40%, and then 45%. And what I love about this company is our company is going to pay you to infinity. I'm going to repeat that. So if you bring one person on, and that person brings on a person, and that person brings on a person, and that person brings on a person, even in EXP, they stop you at 6. So if you brought on one and that person brought on another, count that out 6 generations, and that's all they will pay you on. And guess what? You have to personally refer 40 people in order to get paid 6 different referral generations. Over here, you're paid to infinity. Okay? So it's about working smarter, it's not about working harder. As you grow in the company, your income is going to continue to grow and continue to grow, and you don't have to sell anything. There's no sales quotas, there's no recruiting quotas. This is whatever you'd like to do, whatever you'd like to focus on, you're able to make a huge impact in this business. Let's keep going. So what we also have is something called the dual team bonus, which I'm going to show you guys. But real quickly, I want to show you some examples of what income looks like just with a small team. Maybe you referred 1 or 2 agents. Okay, 1 or 2 stay-at-home moms, 1 or 2 teachers, 1 or 2 accountants, 1 or 2 engineers, right? I'm going after on LinkedIn all my engineer friends, right? Because right now the economy is so tight and jobs are not hiring like they used to. So most people are looking for a way to make leveraged income from home. So let's look at an example here. A manager with 10 consultants doing 1 sale each. Notice I didn't say 10 sales. You don't have to be like me and go do 28 sales. 1 sales each for a team of 10 will generate $6,300 in overrides. Notice you haven't sold anything. And notice you didn't have to necessarily bring in 10 people. Maybe you brought in 1. Maybe you brought in 2. Okay? And those 2 took this thing and ran with it and said, oh, I'm going to go tell 100 people, right? Maybe you find someone that has a lot of influence and they go tell a lot of people. So because you got there first, because you introduced them first, you're making serious leveraged income with this compensation plan. Now, let's say you do 1 sale yourself. Notice I said 1. Okay, 7,000 would be your personal commissions, and then $6,300 would be your overrides. So that's $13,000 in 1 month, and all you did was 1 sale, and your team did 1 sale. This is crazy income. Let's keep going. Let's say that you are a director, which is what I am now. Okay, with 10 consultants doing 2 sales each. We're not even really doing nothing crazy. We're not asking for 10. 2 neighbors, 2 family members, 2 people that maybe live in another state. Maybe you don't own your home. Maybe you're renting your home. But you know 2 people that own a home, and look at what this looks like. Approximately $13,000, $800 in overrides. And then let's say you did 1 sale yourself. 7,000 plus 13,000 in overrides is $20,000 in 1 month's income. You don't have to do 28 deals like me to make serious income. So let's keep going. Alkaline hydrogen water brokers. We're going to switch gears real quick because just as passionate as I am about solar energy, renewable energy, electric vehicles, battery backup, Tesla Powerwalls, guys, I could talk for hours about that stuff. But a big part of my heart is in alkaline hydrogen water. Okay, and we're going to do a panel interview a little bit later with some of my friends and ask them why did they invest this kind of money in an alkaline water system, which I ended up doing too 4 years ago, right? But it changed my life. It changed my family's life. my wife, my kids. My kids, since they were little, all they drink is water. My kids have never had a soda. They don't drink much juice. It's water. They carry their stainless steel thermos to school. They drink their water. This water is so enriching and hydrating that it makes you want to constantly drink it. I got my green tea right here. This is all I drink is alkaline hydrogen water. Why? Because it's rich in antioxidants and minerals. It hydrates and rejuvenates your entire body. It supports your immune system function. Guys, many of you may not know that disease only lives in an acidic environment. So wherever there's acid present in your body is where disease is thriving. That's where tumors are created. That's where cancer comes from. But there's a famous scientist back in the 1800s that discovered that a pH above 7.0, like when we're born, our pH is actually alkaline. Our body, our blood is alkaline. But over the years, because of cell phones, because of smoke, because of radiation, because of UV rays, because of eating bad diets, our body starts to break down and deteriorate and creates a lot of acid and mucus and inflammation in the body. So when you switch over your body to clean alkaline hydrogen water, if you've heard of Kangen water, please drop a 1 in the chat. This is what we're talking about. All right, let's keep going. So this type of a product is going to cost you much less than buying water at the grocery stores. How many of us have been buying spring water, having it delivered to our home, or buying jugs at the grocery store, at Costco, at Sam's Club? On average, most people spend between $50 to $100 a month just on drinking water. If you drink water, please put a 1 in the chat. If you take showers, please put a 1 in the chat. You're using water. You could have the best water for $43 to $59 a month when financed, or the countertop unit, even if you live in a rental property, $28 to $49 a month when financed, $0 out of pocket, and you're earning $1,000 to $2,100 in commission, even for yourself, even for your family. Start with your family. Become a product of the product. Even if you don't own your home, you owe it to yourself to get the best drinking water, because you're spending more and getting plastic bottles, and that plastic creates microplastics in the water, and it's making you sicker. All right, let's keep going. So the water business is just as important as the solar business. And guess what? As Rod said, we've got a whole nother vertical market. Who's heard of ADT, right? They're #1 in the world. So just like when I wake up in the morning and I'm looking at my Tesla's battery level, the next thing I'm looking at is my ADT. I'm looking at my cameras when I wake up. Did anything happen when we were sleeping? I'm turning the alarm off from my phone. My kid gets off of the bus from school. I'm watching him on the camera as he's coming into the house, because security is non-negotiable in my household. Okay, we had a home invasion 10 years ago, so I don't play when it comes to security. So instead of me purchasing ADT from someone else, I could have purchased it from myself. And that way I could have kept this commission in-house. But think about all the people you know. Think about all the real estate agents you know that are helping homeowners make the switch from renting to owning. And then someone else is coming in behind them, knocking on that door, selling them water, selling them ADT, selling them solar, when the real estate agent could have kept that money in-house. All right. And we've got a new product called Ripple Secure that we are exclusive distribution for. No other company has this. And so you really want to get on board and see what we have to offer. Let's keep it moving. So guys, there's 7 ways to earn. We're not going to cover all 7 ways. I showed you guys real quickly personal sales and some of the team building overrides. Let's keep going. I want to show you guys again a couple of bonuses, and then we're going to kick this thing off over to Tim Neal. So as we mentioned, your personal sales, Rod covered this earlier, you're making 70% on the commission from solar sales, and you're doing this from home. You're doing this virtually. I've sold over 200 homes across the country, and it's all been over Zoom. I don't have to physically fly to California. I don't have to fly to Arizona. I don't have to fly to Texas. I don't have to fly to DC. We meet on Zoom. Homeowner sees the value. They get started. We set up their site survey, and we're getting paid. The other way we get paid, right, besides the personal sales, is, let's keep going, is the mentor sales. So when you first start out in the business, in the industry, you're going to be paired with a mentor who's going to help you complete your first 3 training sales. So someone like me is going to guide you through how to go get that electric bill, how to load it into the system, how to tag me, and then I do everything else. All you got to do is just make that introduction to the homeowner, get a copy of their electric bill, upload it into our back office, tag me. I'm going to prepare the proposal, or any of the mentors that you tagged. We're going to prepare the proposal. We're going to do the close, and you're going to make the split of 50-50 commission on those first 3 sales. After those first 3 sales, you can now close sales on your own. So that 70% is on those next 5 sales, right? Now you may choose to, like Keisha, my friend, you may say, hey, you know what? I want to keep using a mentor. I don't want to sell on my own. I'm already busy doing other things. No problem, right? But if you choose to, you can sell on your own, makes the full 100% commission. And if you choose to want to go further, let's say you really enjoy solar sales. Let's say you're a technical person. Let's say you like understanding kilowatts and inverters and batteries and stuff like that. No problem. We're going to push you to complete the company certification after you've sold 5 sales on your own, because now you get to become a mentor, right? You can retire me, and you can now be the person that your team is tagging, or anyone in the company can tag you, because you've shown that you've got a strong track record of closing sales on your own. All right, and now you get to help new people. So that's a huge amount of income. Let me show you what that looks like. So with a dual team bonus, this is the last thing I wanted you guys to see. If you've ever heard of a binary, that's what this is. So in my previous businesses, I had to have 5 or 6 different legs of business to be a vice president. Over here, you only need 2. There's 2 teams, one on your left, one on your right. So in my previous solar business, I had over 250 active sellers. Okay, so that would have put me around builder 4,000, maybe builder 8,000. So what does that look like? That's an additional $4,000 a month in passive income that I can pay my mortgage with. I can pay my car notes with, separate from the override, separate from the commissions on sales. So let's say you don't sell at all. Let's say you come into this business and you just see the ability to be a broker and you don't want to sell. No problem. There's no sales quotas over here. You could just be a person of leverage. You could just be a person of influence that knows how to get in front of people. Maybe you have a big following, and you could show them that, hey, any of these other businesses, you could make money with one product, like Kangen water. The person I know in Kangen water made $1 million selling one water machine, one system, right? He doesn't even have any other products or services he can sell, just one product. So you could go after and recruit people from security sales, from water sales, from solar sales, and bring them over to a platform where they can make so much more, and you can leverage 8,000, 15,000, 25,000 in monthly income with a small team size of just 2,000 people. Guys, in the previous business that Keisha Woodbine and I had, we had over 3,000 people. Okay? So over here, what that looks like is 3,000 people. Guys, that puts me somewhere around executive 25. That's $25,000 a month income separate from the sales. This is a huge, huge, huge deal. All right. So let's keep going. So at the end of the day, guys, there's a lot of money in this comp plan, and you'd have to have a PhD to understand it all. I remember Rod told me in the beginning, he said, Jabbar, I need an engineering degree to understand this comp plan. I said, don't worry, bro. Just get started. It's going to all make sense down the road. Let's go. Let's build. So my part is done right here. I'm going to transition over to Mr. Tim and his beautiful wife, Erica Neal. They're down in Puerto Rico. They're from the Mid-Atlantic area, the DMV area, but they moved their family down to the islands to get a taste of a better lifestyle. So Tim, over to you. Take it away, my brother.
All right, Mr. Jabari Sadler. Hey, thank you so much, sir. Hey, phenomenal job that you just done on that. And I love every time you present because you have so much knowledge being as an engineer. I know you say some things that I said, man, but I'm learning something each time and see how passionate you are about what you do over in this industry. And Mr. Rod Obi, of course, our leadership of this team, just always knocks it out the park. And that's the gentleman that introduced me actually to the business. He told me, hey, Tim, hey, say, I got something I want to share with you. We were in a previous company and solar company, and he told me, both of us being real estate agents, and he said, Tim, I got something I want to show you. He was showing his presentation. Before he finished, he was about a quarter of the way through. I was texting him saying, send me your link so I can sign up. And me and another young lady on this call, we were competing to see who would be first, because we knew that being in a legacy position, getting started, we knew an opportunity and we saw it. I saw this, like I said, I told Rod, I seen this movie before. I was number 139 when EXP Realty had less than 500 or some agents, and now we over 90,000 agents. We saw it, and a lot of us, we were right place at the right time. So we understood that that timing was better than actually talent at that time. You're sitting in the right position today. Membership has its privileges. Being over here with us, with the BYLD Network, I tell you what, we have an elite program for those that join with us. Elite membership. Smart Money Club. Smart Money Club. This is near and dear to our CEO's heart, that he understood that a lot of people can make a lot of money in different industries, whether there's real estate, investing, cryptocurrency, whatever it is. A lot of people can make money, but sometimes they don't manage their money right. Even me being in real estate, I had buyers that come to me, they made great income, $200,000 a year, but the income ratio wasn't enough for them to purchase the home that they wanted. They had to adjust some things, switch some things around. Not that they were doing malicious things, but sometimes these are things that aren't taught in school. So what this Smart Money Club is to educate you on a lot of those things that we didn't learn in school. Financial mastery, credit repair, tax planning, how to set up an LLC, tax-free retirement. Some of us that are in the 50+ club, like I am, looking for retirement. That's why I moved my family down here. We wondered, how much money are we going to need to retire today? Some of us got a late start. Some of us didn't start investing at 20 years old and then says, hey, when you get 60, this is when you retire. Some of us are thinking right now, we're behind a power curve. But guess what? We have a system. We have coaches here every Wednesday on the Smart Money Club to show you how, no matter where you're starting at, where you can get to your goal before retirement and some strategies to get there. Awesome. All right, y'all. This right here is my backyard. So if you guys want to ever come down, we can hang out on the beach right here. No, not really. This is not my backyard, but it is like actually right up the street about a mile away. But actually, we have a travel membership here. And this is awesome because, being a part of a business like this, we have a network of people that are going to be all over the world. So you're going to want to travel to those different places as we talked about. We're going to be going international soon. So you can go travel and save on plane tickets, travel on rental cars, airlines. We have one young lady on the line here. She actually got started with us and she saved about $200 on her plane ticket. So we have more coming, but as you said at the bottom, the average annual savings per member is about $2,500 to $3,500. So just being a part of this elite membership, that's enough to just get started right there to join the business opportunity that we have here on today. Also, part of the membership, you get a free CRM system, customer relationship management system. And what that is a system that you're able to put all your leads, all your contacts, because guess what? As you talk to people, your friends, your family, your neighbors, co-workers, whoever those people are, even those people that you meet on social media or whatever, you can put them into your management system. And that way you can manage them, send them out emails, texts, social media posts, different things like that. So now you have a system that this would normally be a $97 value, but our company CEO says, hey, we want you guys to be successful, so you're getting that for absolutely free. Weekly training, top tier training from our leadership, all the way from our CEO and founder, all the way down to our vice president. They're teaching on everything from building a team, the Rain H2O water, talking about how to install solar training, millionaire mentorship training. These from 6- and 7-figure earners that's going to be showing us this information. So we got ongoing training. You'll get a training calendar, so you won't have to miss any training event that's coming up that you could plug people into and say, hey, let me show you what I saw. We have these ongoing throughout the week. We're going international, y'all. You'll be able to build your business in the international market. Okay, this is coming soon, coming up here next month. We're going to be in about 100 countries soon to come. We're going to have your own travel agency. So now, instead of you having to go on to those travel sites, Trivago, Priceline, you're going to have your own travel agency. This is another vertical that we're adding to the business. It's another travel brokerage that you're adding to your business. Now you have another brokerage under the umbrella of what you already have. So now you can schedule your own travel on that. People can go to your website if they want to travel, and now you can participate in gaining revenue from people going to your own travel site. So this is absolutely exciting, and it's coming here soon. So that's why right now we're reaching out to the international market. A lot of those people over there are flat out excited. The people down over in South Africa and Nigeria and all those areas, they're excited about coming on board because now they know they can build their own travel agency in their own country, and they'll be a part of your team if you decide to join us on today. Right here, what does it cost to get started? I know people looking at this and saying, what? Is that the price to get started? Absolutely, that's your investment. I know this should be $1,000, a couple $1,000 to get started for a business opportunity like this. We have an umbrella of services, a suite of services that you can help homeowners in many different areas that for $199, a one-time fee, and $199 a month, you get a nationwide solar brokerage, a nationwide ADT business, access to all the tech training. You get your BYLD rewards, you got your smart money, you got your Rain H2O, all this under one umbrella. And hey, if you look at this, you can look at this business as a family business because there's a lot here that you can see. So like for my family, we says, hey, I'm passionate about the solar. My wife, she's passionate about the Rain H2O. She's been in the health industry for about 20 years. And she saw the alkaline water. She says, I'm in. My son, he's in law enforcement. He's a police officer. He's looking at, hey, the home security. So you can make this a family business. And then also what you have here is for and pay no more. So that means when you have 4 business partners that decide, hey, this looks good, I want to join with you, and you get 4 business partners in, then you pay, then that $99 goes away. So now you have a business that you have no overhead costs, but you can make 6- and 7-figure business. I mean, absolutely amazing opportunity. And I tell you what, 3 types of people see this opportunity. And number one sees it and says, hey, Tim, this looks good. Rob, this looks good. Back when you said I can get $7,000 when I do one sale, or I can do partner sale and make $3,500, I was sold right then. Sign me up. If that's you, hey, you're the people we're looking for. Definitely get back with the person that invited you to this opportunity and go ahead and get their link, get signed up, get the fast start. If you check in the chat, we've got our fast start link in there, some of the things you need to do to get up started and running. Person number 2 says, hey, sounds good. Got a couple of questions. I really like the services. I may want to get that water system for my house so my family can drink clean water, or ADT. I need to upgrade my security system. If that's you, hey, get your questions answered by the people in the room, and then we'll get you started and get you started here in with our services. And person number 3 says, hey, sounds great, but right now, maybe not good timing. Got a lot of things on my plate. Maybe we just want to think about it. Maybe we circle back around. If that's you, hey, thank the person that invited you out on today. You can support them by being a part of our company still by our affiliate program. If you see here, basically, you can sign up for absolutely free. You get $500 to $1,000 if you refer that business to maybe the person that invited you to this presentation. And our company, once that solar deal closed, you'll get $500 to $1,000. And there's also referral on the water and also on the ADT too. So everybody can be a part of this opportunity right here. Right now, when you become a part of our team and a part of BYLD Network, these are all the things you get. You get fast start training, you get coaching, you get mentoring from 6-figure earners, you get scripts, everything you need to do to have a successful business. It's like a business in the box, it's turnkey, but we look forward to locking arms with you guys and bringing you on board. And those of you that would like to expand your business to the islands, to Puerto Rico, told you we're international. This weekend, today, this evening, me and a couple of my business partners, Javier Lee and Alejandro Armagon, we're actually launching Puerto Rico. We have an event today. It's a live event. It's going to be awesome. And if you know anybody in this area, you're looking to build down here in Puerto Rico, we're going to take this island by storm. And we'll be your point of contact, your leadership. But we're excited about that. And we just definitely want you guys to lock arms, get with us. And with that said, we're going to go ahead and get ready to turn this thing back over to Mr. Rod Obi, our leader. And we just thank you for being here on the day, sponsored by the Dream Team. But I tell you what, you be in business for yourself, but not by yourself. Okay, Mr. Rod Obi, I'm going to turn it back over to you, sir.
Ooh, man, wow, Tim, that was fire, sir. Thank you so much. Can y'all put some fire in the chat for Tim Neal and Jabari? Wow, awesome, amazing job in the presentation. Thank you so much, Tim Neal, Jabari. Come on, put some hearts in there, some love. Give them a 1 in the chat for just amazing job. Thank you all so much for just bringing the fire. Man, great job. Man, at this time, hey, JD, let me turn it over to you, sir, our MC, to kind of take us into our next step. Anybody want to take a 2-minute break? Anybody want to take a 2-minute break? 2-minute break? Y'all good? Are we gonna keep pressing?
Can
Hey,
we,
if we take a break, the fire's gonna get expanded even more. So I don't.
Okay, let's keep rolling then, JD.
If you want to take a break, just get up and go take a break. Listen, this is a friendly family event talking about our future, and we want to keep it moving, man. We want to keep it moving. But let me say this first. Oh, that's enough. I'm so excited about what I just heard. Those 3 gentlemen present. You know, those 3 gentlemen presented something. Again, I mentioned when we first started, life-changing. Just think about it, life-changing. What they just presented could change your life, my life. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to transition into something called the next step. It's not going to be long. It's not going to be a long event, but we're going to have the gentleman you just heard, Mr. Tim Neal. Let me give you something about him. Tim lives down in Puerto Rico. I've known Tim now for about, I ain't going to age myself. I'm going to cut it a little short. About 30 years. I'm not going to say 40. I know Tim about 30 years, right? Tim, I mentioned before, he's a veteran. He's a veteran of war. He served in 2 wars, right? A Bronze Star. Do they give that to everybody, Bronze Stars? I don't think so. So Tim served in 2 wars. And Tim also is a top-notch real estate agent. He's a top-notch coach. He's a friend of mine. He's a mentor. He's a gentleman that called me up and said, "Hey, JD, don't say JC, it's JD. Could you look at this with me for me?" And I said, "Man, I don't want to do none of that stuff, man. I'm getting ready to retire, man. I'm done." He said, "Just take a look." And I went and looked, and he got hooked just like a fish. When you see it, you can't unsee it. I saw it, and I went after it, right? Tim and his lovely wife, they're God-fearing people, man. They love the Lord, and they're just doing amazing things. So, ladies and gentlemen, without doing anything further, any further ado, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Tim Neal. You're muted, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Donovan. I appreciate that. So real quick, I'm going to just go over those that decide to get started with us today. I'm going to just give you some real quick instructions of what you need to do. We have the document actually dropped down into the chat. And so basically what you're going to do when you get that link and you want to sign up from that person that introduced you, you go ahead and click on that link. You go inside there. You just go ahead and fill out your information. Go ahead and put your method of payment in there. And then once you do that, you will actually get an email sent to you after you already do that. And then check your email. You'll go in there. They give you on the email, you'll get a login site, a member number, and username. Go ahead and log in. You can go ahead at that time, change your password if you need to. And now what you'll be is what we call is your back office. Once you get into your back office, you can go in there and you'll see complete certification training. Takes me about an hour. It's a quick video, some quick videos that talks about solar 101, if you will. Just give you some high level things about solar. And then from that point, you'll be able to get into our Fast Start program. We have some more videos that you'll be able to look at. It's going to help you get acclimated to your business. So welcome, you got your business started, you completed your certification, and now you are ready to start going out and then reaching out to homeowners with the help of our Fast Start team that will be contacting you, get you up and running. And we just want to say welcome and thank you to the BYLD family. Turn it back over to you, John.
All right, Rick. Well, that's great. So I hope you guys caught that instruction. I hope you have a pen or pencil to write it down. If you don't, then get back with the person that invited you, and they'll get that information to you. Again, I'm so excited to be. I'm so happy to be here amongst folks like.
I was like, who's talking?
The man is talking.
I'm so excited to be here amongst these guys. Listen, the 3 presenters so far has blown it away. And if you don't know, now you know you have an opportunity. Again, I'm gonna keep using this word, 2 words. You have to make a decision. Again, a decision is not right or wrong. A decision is based on the information you receive. And I can tell you, if I wasn't already signed up, this information would allow me to sign up again. Because guess what? It's fact. This gentleman just said he looked in his back office and saw money, and he deposited some of it. It's real. It is not cartoon money like I was talking about. I like watching cartoons in the morning. It's not cartoon money. It's real money, but it's based on our own effort, on how much we wanted to receive. So we got to keep it moving, because I know folks have things to do on Saturday morning. I'm so excited to introduce this next gentleman. You ever heard him? You heard him one time speak before, and he'll introduce his panel. But let me say this: when Mr. Obi talked about being smart, I had to step to the back, because this gentleman is smart. He's intelligent. He knows what he's doing because he's done it a lot. Success leaves clues. I'll say that. Somebody told me before, success leaves clues. And, you just want to jump on and be around somebody that's successful and smart. This is one of the guys to jump on. Let me read his bio, because if I don't read it, I'll be talking here forever. So Jabari Sadler, he told you himself he moved to Georgia. Listen to this. Listen how crazy this is. He lives from DC, and he saw an opportunity in Georgia. He just picked up and moved to Georgia. Now, who does that? Who does that other than somebody with faith and understanding their ability, right? Who does it? Man, let me just, I'm hyped. I'm telling you, I am hyped about this. So let me tell you about Jabari Sadler. Jabari is a graduate of FAMU, in mechanical engineering. That means he knows how to do things with his hand and his mind. He's in mechanical engineering. He graduated back in 2002, and he worked as an engineer, a sale engineer, specifically in corporate America. Here's what he did. He designed and engineered energy system to make buildings more efficient. Whoa, he was doing it before we were doing it. Before he was doing it in the beginning. He was in the design process of how making things efficient. And now we're in the solar world, right? More efficient in both commercial and residential. He left corporate America in 2018 to become an entrepreneur. Again, just dropped everything and said, listen, I'm tired of this. What I'm doing, I'm going to make my life, not just make money, but make my life, is what he did. He made multiple 6- and 7-figure income as an entrepreneur. Then he transferred over to solar. Listen to this: only 4 short years ago. Not 100, not in 2018, not in 2002 when he graduated. 4 short years ago, he transitioned to solar. Again, smart. You have to be confident in yourself to do what he did. And he's a top sales producer, top mentor sales, and top team builder size production. Listen, I can put accolades on the wall all over the place, but what he's going to do, he's going to share with us today, the secret to success on how you can earn a 6-figure solar brokerage income from any state and staying at home. Man, I don't know if y'all excited, but let me tell you what, do me this favor. Put 100s in the chat. Don't put 1. Please don't put 1. Put 100s in the chat if you want to hear what this gentleman has to say. Put 100s in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to some and present to others, Mr. Jabari Sadler. Sir, it's all yours.
Man, oh man, here we go again. How much money I got to send you, JD? That was amazing. I love it. Guys, here we go for round 2. Hopefully you guys are ready to take some notes. Hopefully you guys are paying attention to what we're delivering here. I want to call up one of my good friends. She's like a sister to me, Keisha Woodbine, up to the stage. If we could, please bring her up to the stage. And we're going to go through a little Q&A, interview style. Let's see. I see. There we go.
See me.
Yes. Hey, Keish, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you? You guys were amazing this morning. Amazing.
I'm glad you are enjoying this. I'm glad you got your real estate counterparts on with you, because we're in for a real treat today. So let me act like I don't know you for a second. And let's go back in time a little bit, right? I want to know, how long have you been a real estate agent?
Actually, this year, I think the end of May, beginning of June, 20 years that I've had my license. 20 years.
I thought you were only 25. I'm not, math ain't mathing.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say 35, but thank you.
I love it. Okay, so 20 years in the real estate profession.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
so why did you decide to go into sales?
Um, my dad was a salesman, right? So I kind of got it from him. He's been a car salesman 30, 40 years. But just also the opportunity that I think you get at a salesperson versus corporate America. And honestly, when I first started, I was just kind of part-time. My degree is in accounting. So I have a degree in accounting from Georgia State. I got my first job at Verizon Business, and I was doing I was doing accounting. And I said, you know what, let me just try something. So I got my license and I was doing it part-time for 2 years. And then 3 years, 4 years. And then 2008 came. I lost my job. So I was laid off as an accountant. And I was like, you know what? I already have this real estate, license. Let me do something with it. And that's honestly how I decided to go full time. I mean, everything happens for a reason. Maybe I wouldn't have taken that chance on my own. I'm glad that I did. And I talked to a lot of people about just doing it. Started as your nighttime business, right? When you come home from work, you go 9 to 5 to work, 6 to 10 on building your own business and your own future. And that's what I kind of started. I didn't know what was going to happen in 2008, but I'm glad I got my license before that. So that's how I kind of got into that. And I was happy. A little money here and there. And then bam, full time.
Wow. Okay, so how much did it cost you to become an agent? Is that something that you can just like go online and you can just like fill out a form and then boom, you can just sell a house that same day? Like, how does that work?
I wish. And it's funny because I probably never talked about this after then. A friend of mine actually lent me the money. I had to borrow the money from him to take the course, which is a pre-licensed course. That was probably close to $500.
Wow.
And I think I did it 3 nights a week for several weeks. Okay, so I mean, that was very complicated as a single mom, finding someone to watch your child. So even on my 9 to 5 job, I couldn't afford to even do the class. So he lent me the money to do the class and take the test. But then so that was about $500. About $150, it was like a weekend cram course. I probably spend another $150 on flashcards and other books. $25, I think, fingerprinting, $30 background, $125 on the license application fee. And that's per attempt of taking the license. Thank God I passed it on the first time, but I specifically know someone who took it 6 times.
Wow.
So 6 times 120 something or whatever it costs now, plus everything else, and you haven't sold one house and able to make $1 yet. So thank you for bringing that out. I didn't even think about that, honestly, how much it really cost for me to get there.
So it sounds like, I don't know, I'm not that good at math, but that sounds like over $1,000
Oh
you
yeah,
you put in just to be able to make a dollar.
yeah.
I just
That
want to make
wasn't
sure that wasn't yours. Okay, got it.
right.
All right. All right. So after you spent that thousand and did all that studying and flashcards and taking the exam and all of that, and you get your license, then what? Did you make any money your first year?
No. I mean, honestly, it was, who's going to trust me to do this? I didn't have like a partner, like here I have you. All I do is call you and say, hey, have you ever thought about solar? Let me introduce you to my friend who's already an expert in this. I mean, as a real estate agent, it was kind of like, hey, can you please trust me to sell my first home? you know and that's kind of how it started. It wasn't until people don't want to work with anyone who doesn't have anything going on, right? And so what did I have to show? That I sold a house. So I really didn't have anyone to work with as a partner. It was just kind of fumbling my way through, and not making any money, so you're kind of in debt at the beginning of that.
Wow. And so what's interesting is most people probably would have quit at that point, right? But
Mhm.
here we are 20 years later and you stuck with it,
Yes,
right?
I'm
That's
excited.
that that's a lot of tenacity, right? So that's impressive. So obviously first year you didn't make money, but eventually maybe year 2, year 3, you started making money in real estate after investing time
Mhm.
and money to be able to sell something.
Yes, yes, I did. And I mean, even then it was buying leads. I remember I found this company where it was $99 per lead that I got. And that doesn't even mean that the lead was going to turn into anything. And then it's, yes, talking to your friends and family, but that took time. I mean, honestly, if you look at statistics, most real estate agents don't sell one house a month. They don't. Most don't. Most quit in their first year to 2 years. And that is a fact. Um,
Wow.
yep.
I see
Yep.
in the chat Crystal Moore, right? Broker, real estate extraordinaire. She put 80% of agents quit in the first 2 years. Thank you for that statistic. Rod Obi said facts, right? So we're talking to the pros in real estate are giving us the stats. Okay, let me go back to my list here because I know I'm on a time schedule. So next question I have for you, Keisha, is do you have any direct sales or network marketing experience?
I do. A couple years ago, and that's actually how I met Jabari. We were well, I actually knew him before from
Yeah,
let me
that's
stop.
true.
I knew him way before. We just got closer. Definitely became brothers and sisters in that business. But we've known each other for a long time, so I apologize. You get a little nervous. So transparency. So I did. I was in a credit repair company, and I did that because it made sense with real estate, right? How can I get you to the closing table if you don't have good credit? So I did go through that. I have experience. Actually, Jabari and I had over, I don't know how much Jabari in our downline. A whole
You
lot.
you had at least 2,000, and then 2,000 of your people rolled into my people, so I had over 3,500.
Yes. And that's just from sharing that information with people. Okay. And that was something a lot of people needed. But now when I think about other products that people need, it's really exciting. And honestly, I love network marketing. I don't care what anyone says, that residual income is the best income. Okay. Because at the end of the day, when you sell a house, when you're done selling that house and you go to the closing, you are unemployed until you sell that next house. Period. Okay.
Awesome.
So real estate is transactional. Do I love it? Absolutely. I love I just had a 22-year-old, 23-year-old young lady that I just sold a house to. And she's like, okay, this is my first house and we're going to work on getting our second house. So I absolutely love it. But once I got that check, paid my mortgage, that was it. Just because she bought the house didn't mean I was going to get a check every single month that she pays her mortgage. I get paid one time from that. And that's it. So I love network marketing. I love direct sales because it is a constant drip of income, especially if you do things together as a team. So once I saw this, I mean, can't unsee it. But go ahead, Jabari.
Okay, next question.
Okay.
Why did you decide to buy such an expensive water filter?
Okay, so switching to the water because I love that product. I actually was introduced to the water from a lady who did my nails, and she was just telling me about her son who had like a skin problem, and she would put him in this water, and it would just soothe him. But when she put him in the water that was full of chlorine and gave him a bath, he would just be so uncomfortable and itch and all this stuff, and I was just like, and it just made me think every time I went back to her. And we know health is so important. Everything you put in your body is so important. I mean, we're constantly learning that more and more as we get older. Cancer, inflammation. So I decided to look more into it. And when I saw just right in front of my eyes how it cleaned the fruits and vegetables that are always ridden with all these pesticides. When I put my hand in a cup of tap water, within 30 seconds, so let me say we tested tap water, it has chlorine in there. I put my hand in there for about 30 seconds. When I took my hand out and we tested it again, there was no more chlorine in the water. Where did it go in 30 seconds? It was in my body. When we take a shower for 20 minutes, all we're doing is soaking in chlorine. How could I unsee that? Okay, so that's where I honestly started with the water. And when I saw all the benefits of the molecular hydrogen, and Jabari tells me more about that all the time, because he's the techie engineer on that. But once you see that, you can't unsee that. The taste and what you want to do for your family. And now I have the two water heads, the two shower heads, right? My daughter's hair is less frizzy, and I'm not exposing her to chlorine. I mean, why would I want to now drink chlorine? Hello?
I love it. And you did that on your own, right? You went and you didn't tell me about it. This was like 4 or 5 years ago. You just went and made this expensive purchase. And then you did what? You sent me a video. And what was the first, before I even watched the video, what was the first thing I said about this purchase you made?
That it was too expensive and it was crazy. And I don't know what I'm talking about.
And you got robbed, or like,
yes, I got robbed. That's all the question. Yes.
Right. And then I watched the video of the demonstration that you saw. And then what did I do next?
Call your dad.
Right. But
eventually you went researching.
Right. So after I did my research, then what did I do?
Before you bought it?
No, let's get to the point. I what?
Yes. I bought it. Yeah. Yeah.
So I bought the same system that I told you was crazy that you bought. Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was exciting. I will tell you, that just confirmed it for me even more, because Jabari's a person that he will tell you, oh, that's garbage, the worst. But then if he researches something and he tells you, I already know he did all the work. I already know that. So once he did that, that just locked it in even more. Once he told his parents, I knew he grew up in an environment where they were always focused on health. And once they jumped on it, the mom is a hairdresser. She wanted it for her salon to be able to wash, her clients' hair. I mean, it was like, okay, well, this is an amazing purchase. I can't not look back.
Right. You didn't feel bad anymore about it, right? Good deal. Okay. Moving along. What was your experience like in the first 30 days in BYLD? Did you make any money?
Yes, I did. So I'll jump straight ahead. In my first 30 days, I made $10,000, about $9,500, about $9,500. And that was on our first 3 deals. And I will tell you, I knew nothing about solar. Don't ask me about renewable this. Don't ask me about the wattage, the KW, I don't know nothing about that. All I know is that clean energy, people needed it. Me and my husband had just come back from Barbados, and all we saw was solar panels on top of the businesses and restaurants and houses. And, we had kind of heard about it before, and it was like, man, these people are kind of like way ahead. How come I don't see that in the US? So kind of learning about it, just hearing about it from Jabari. And I was like, well, I have all these clients. Like, I sell them a house, and then what do? I go away, right? What value can I bring to them? And that was the first thing that I did. Like, what value can I bring to them? Clean energy, saving them on their electricity bill, because it just keeps going up and up and up and up. My husband said, oh, let me talk to, my coworkers about that. And he reached out to his coworker. Jabari presented it. So let me tell you how simple this is. I don't have time. I got my daughter in the other room right now that I had to lock her out just to be on this, right? So we got our kids.
Poor Brooklyn.
If we have our full-time job. But as a real estate agent, I was like, I need something else. So, I just said, hey, let's let Jabari look at our electric bill. And my husband said, oh, I'm going to get a bill from my neighbor. We uploaded it, so simple, set up an appointment with Jabari. Jabari took it away. He did everything, right? So he was the mentor and person that I needed in this. But after he explained it, And he showed them how much money they would have been spending over years on their electric bill and never owning it, renting electricity. It never, now having an asset, and they had a Tesla. Okay, most people may not have that, but they just happen to have a Tesla. Why wouldn't they do it? Do you know now the husband and my husband coworkers? He's on his app every day. He's on his app going, "Oh, you know what, honey? Are you washing the clothes right now? You can see how many kilowatts you're spending washing the clothes. Let's do that during the day when the sun is out." What effort can we be to be more efficient and to do that? So it just made sense to me. And now I'm working on my green designation in the National Association of Realtors to bring people more energy efficiency and sustainability.
I love it. I love it. So next question. Next question. Um, why did you decide to purchase ADT Security?
Okay, so our other product. Again, just I mean, I love the story that was told in the beginning by Mr. Rangel. Like, I mean, anything can happen. Like, and just knowing when someone enters your house, if a window is broken. I was a single mom, before I got married, a single mom. I could not go to sleep at night if I don't have an alarm system. And I mean, ADT, they're like the number one security system, right? Company. So I felt safe. I felt safe about the monitoring because I know in some of our areas, the electric companies actually have a security system. And I just feel like it's so wonky. Like, I don't know. I don't feel comfortable just going with some no name security company. So ADT just made me feel safe. The system I have, I love it. We actually have, it's all through Google, can look on my phone and just feel very safe and secure. And again, it's a value that I can bring to my clients. Like, I need to be a product of the product. If I'm using ADT, why not share it with them too? They just purchased a home. Don't they want to be safe and their family?
Love it. Two questions left. All
Mhm.
right. The next one is, why did you choose to leave Keller Williams to go to EXP?
Okay. Um, Keller Williams. I love Keller Williams. Obviously, everyone knows the Red Company, right? Amazing. But when I saw what EXP had, and I love listening to Rod's introduction in the beginning because it's like, wow, you were number what? Like, I wish I had the opportunity to have, you know, um, to be one of the first. And I think that's why I kind of go back. That's why I'm excited about BYLD, because we get to be one of the first. Imagine being one of the first in a company that has like 87,000 people. Okay. So remember what I talked about in the beginning about residual income. That is what EXP also gives you, but at a higher level than KW. So the way the compensation plans is a lot of, you can do this similar in Keller Williams. However, you make more money in EXP, referring other agents, sharing with other agents the opportunity to be a part of EXP Realty, right? Virtual. Um, a lot of brokers, we have a lot of brokers bringing their whole team over because who has time to sit there and train every single person, be responsible for every single person? The ENO, meaning errors and omissions. If somebody messes up, it's on you. And all of that you don't have to worry about, say you bring a team over. So I kind of knew about Keller Williams, how they the profit sharing, revenue sharing, but over here you're able to make more income with EXP, and that's also doing it as a team. So I have my sister who I brought in as part of my team. I have several other girlfriends or friends and people that I know, and every time they make a sale, I make income. Isn't that additional? Doesn't that make sense? It's the same thing with BYLD. Just being able to share that income with everybody that you know. So I get paid for sharing with you. How many times do you tell someone, hey, go to that nail salon? Oh my God, go to that restaurant. But you don't get paid for referring them over there, do you? But what if I show you how to make money? What if I show you, come on over to this real estate company? where everything is virtual. You get, I don't know, 50 or so plus training, a month. You can log on whenever it's time that you do it. The way we refer things in different countries and get paid, and build that team, that's retire. You can retire alone on the residual income from helping those people to become an agent and showing them EXP Realty, that you don't even need to sell a house anymore. And
Wow.
that makes sense to me. Why do I want to go to a company where I only get paid if I sell a house? That's it. I mean, that means I'm going to be selling houses for 1,000,000 years until I'm 70 and still got to show houses. How do you stop selling houses and still become a successful real estate agent, still collecting money? How do you do that? You can only do that with building a team of people to help you to share it with other people. And that's the exact same thing that BYLD is doing. Okay. Residual income, sleek income, mailbox money.
Woo! Last question. And because we could keep going for hours.
We can.
Last question is, what advice would you give someone? Two-part question. What advice would you give someone in real estate? Because you're a 20-year veteran. So maybe someone who's newer in real estate, maybe they just started 5 years or less ago. What advice would you give them about the real estate industry as a whole, as it's evolving and changing and doing different things? And then not also, what advice would you give someone who's maybe not a real estate agent, and maybe they're getting started in BYLD for the first time? Maybe they got a lot of questions. Like, we got a lot of people that are on today, and we have something we call getting in your own way, right? So what advice would you give a real estate agent, and then what advice would you give a non-real estate agent who's just getting started in BYLD? And how can you help them to not get in their own way in their first 30 days and make 10,000 like you did?
Okay. I would say to real estate agents, hey, I love real estate. Not saying to stop that. We got to get people in homes, right? We got to get people owning their own homes. So definitely, keep going in that. However, 2024, the lease homes were sold in 2024 in the past 30 years.
Wow.
Okay. 30 years. I will tell you, full transparency, since August 1st, I've probably closed 4 homes.
Wow.
Okay. 4 homes. You tell me, how do you pay your bills on that?
Wow.
How do you do that? Right. Thank God I do have some people that I brought into EXP, and the couple of homes that they may have sold, I was able to make income on that. So number one, that is why EXP and BYLD and any type of company that has this type of income structure, you better get on it. If you are explaining this to a real estate agent that doesn't see it, you might not be doing your job. And maybe you need to get someone else to help you to do that. Because there's no way that someone doesn't see residual income. Like, what don't you see about that? People need help. You have something to share. You can make money on it. Don't get caught up in well, I hate to make money off of them and doing that. That is how this world, that's how it goes around. That's how it works. Like, yes, we love to do things for free and share, and that's amazing. But what if you have value propositions where you can make income? I don't see anything wrong with that. You got to bring value as a realtor. Sell them a house, and then what? So I want to say that I'm the person who's all things home. Okay. All things home. Number one, clean energy, help you save on your electricity. That's a value I'm going to bring to you. Keep you safe in your home with ADT security, and keep you healthy by providing the water that doesn't have the chemicals that you need, but it has good minerals that were put back in. Value, value, value. Sell them a home, but also give them additional value that can keep you going and retire you. I told my husband, BYLD is going to retire us. Okay. 20 years in real estate, and I never said real estate is going to retire me. Don't get me wrong. I love real estate. I never said that. When I saw this compensation plan, I saw the product. I saw how we're like Rod at the beginning of EXP with 87,000 agents. We're one of the first in this company to be able to share this soon with the whole United States, and then another product to go international. I mean, I don't know. That just makes sense. Don't stand in your way. So you non-real estate agents, take everything I just said and don't stand in your way. This is value that you're going to give to your friends and family, your neighbor, people you don't know. I mean, everybody is going to need this. So don't get in your way. Don't get caught up in you need a business card and you need to, fix your biography to be perfect. And oh my God, I got to get my website right. Well, Bill gives you one of those on your own. All you got to do is press the button to enroll. And right then, that second, call your friend, your mom, your dad, your neighbor, your sister, your brother. Go to yourjacksonelectric.com and print your electric bill. Get it over to one of the mentors. They're going to do all the work. Every single one of the people that I set up an appointment with Jabari to do all said yes. They all said, what can you not see when he's finished showing you? Just get the bill to them. Don't get stuck in nobody wants to do it. I don't know anybody who this. I don't know anybody who's that. I mean, if you're trying to make money, if you're trying to retire, you got to talk to people. You got to share it with people. That's what you got to do. Share what you have. Be excited about it. And just press the button.
I love it. Guys, put some fire sign chats for Keisha Woodbine Branch. We actually had another panelist that we were supposed to interview, Mr. Tony Dinner. No disrespect to Tony Dinner, but we're short on time. I don't want to push the schedule back any further. Hopefully we can have him back on later on in the schedule to do his interview session the same way, because we don't want everybody to think that you have to be a real estate agent to do this. Anybody can do this business. Keisha, the way you just showed us your simplicity, man, this is exactly what we needed. Let's put some more fire signs. Keisha, you did an amazing job, and I'm going to hand it back over to our MC, the best.
Hey, thank you,
Mr. JD.
Thank you, Miss Woodburn. Thank you, Jabari. Hey, listen, again, remember I mentioned we got to be like the cartoon. I'm like the road runner now. We got to move it along. We got to move it along. So right now, what we're going to do is introduce the teacher, the professor, the person that knows how to get it done. This lady is a veteran, a mom of 2 young adults. She's a mom of 2 young adults. Listen to this: a real estate license broker. I'm going to say in the United States, because it's got so many different states that she's offers services in: DC, Maryland, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and on and on. 21 years in the industry. She's the CEO and founder of Kathy Austin Residential and Commercial Group, Kathy Austin and Associate, and Kathy Austin Associate Property Management Division, a business strategy network, a sustainable solar energy. She's a minister of the gospel. She's a God-fearing woman. She's a minister of the gospel, a Bible teacher, an instructor, a mentor, an investor, a property manager, someone that, you have to look up to. I can tell you now, I can go on and on, but I got to be like the road runner. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to run out of the way and turn it over to Miss Austin. Are you there, Miss Austin?
I am. Thank you so much,
Yes,
JD. I really appreciate it. Keisha, Jabari, man, that was so powerful. I love the interview. I love that you are a product of the product. So because you use the product, you know how to market the product. Totally love that. All right, so I'm going to share my screen if I have rights, if someone can give me rights. And we're going to pivot, and we're going to talk about, now that you have heard the overview and you understand how the product works, now we're going to talk about how to structure your business the right way. So as soon as I get some rights, there we go. I am going to share, and give me one moment. So let me put this in presentation mode, and we're going to get started. All right. So the first thing that I want to talk about is these business essentials that you should have in any business. But I want you to locate yourself. I want you to determine whether your business is structured like a salesperson or are you structured like a business owner? How you're going to locate yourself is by these identifying questions. Do you have a business plan? Now, when we talk about your business plan, it should have your mission, it should have your vision statements. A business plan is more than just your revenue model. It contains a lot of components, but do you have a business plan for your business? How's your business structured? Are you operating as a sole proprietor? Do you have it set up as an LLC? Do you have it incorporated? Are you an S Corp? We're locating ourselves here. Do you take a salary? When you get paid, do you take a salary? Or when the money comes in, there's no assignment for it. And so as fast as it comes in, it goes out. You know, I'm also in real estate. And what I do know is that for a lot of realtor professionals and a lot of business owners, they don't give their money the assignment. My money has a mission. And so when I set up a business, every dime that comes through, I want to be able to account for it. I already know where it's going because I gave it an assignment. Do you use your profit and loss statement to make business decisions? What does that look like? I mean, we in this industry, or at least I'm going to talk about real estate and this because we're talking about business, but in my industries, we get a lot of calls. A lot of people will call, hey, we got this new product here, we got this new product there, and a lot of money. We could be spending a lot of money. But if you're structured like a business, you will use your P&L and say, you know what, my business plan is already written out for this year. You're going to have to revisit me in October when I visit my business plan for the following year because I already gave my money the assignment. Do you have consistent activities to generate business? You know, when we get into business, we have to lead generate. I like to say, do the two. We're going to take 2 hours of lead generating Monday through Friday. What are you going to do to create this business? And are you profitable? You know, the IRS, they state that, hey, if you've been in the business for at least 3 years and you're not profitable, you are not running a business. You are running an expensive hobby. All right. You won't be able to take all of your deductions. You won't be able to take a lot of those credits that you would normally be able to write off if you are not profitable. All right, so let's talk about it. I want to help us all to see how we're going to structure this business. One of the first things is to define, what do you want to do? Do you want to be a sole proprietor? There is nothing wrong with being a sole proprietor. However, if your business got sued, you're personally liable for all of the debts. They can come after you, they can come after your home, all your personal items as a sole proprietor. Do you want to go into partnership? This is where you have 2 or more people coming together to run this partnership business. A majority of the people, they do go into this limited liability company, which is the LLC. It has wonderful protections for its members and wonderful options as well. And then there's a corporation. Some people call it C Corp, but there's a corporation. It provides the protection. It has regular requirements, healthy requirements, and you are subject to those corporate taxes. X Corp is between the LLC and the C Corp there. You get to, typically we use S Corps when we got employees and we're talking about salary needs. But if you have any questions about how you should structure your business, you definitely want to talk with your CPA. All right, so once you have determined how you want to structure your business, you want to select a business name. Know that your business must be unique. You have to check the availability in your state because you can't have the same name if it's already registered in the state. And then you want to consider trademarking the name for protection, not just your name, but your logos. When you identify that, you want to be able to trademark those things. Then you're going to want to register your business. most important to register your business. If you're doing business like with this network that we're in, this wonderful network, instead of you getting paid through your name, your sole proprietor name, you get paid through your business. So you want to register your business to make sure that you can get paid, and because you're operating as a business, okay? You want to file a partnership agreement if you're in partnership. If you're doing business as something else, like I have multiple LLCs, Kathy Austin and Associates is my umbrella company, and all the other ones, they just fall up under it. But I can do business as this, and I can do business as that with my LLCs. If you set up an LLC, you do want to file your articles of organization. And of course, you want to file your incorporation, articles of incorporation if you're going to go C Corp. Again, consult with your attorney if you need to know exactly how this is set up. Once you have structured your business, now you need to attain a EIN, your employer identification number. Too easy, go to irs.gov. Make sure you attain that number. Make sure you store that number somewhere safe, right? Store it safe, a safe copy somewhere, just in case, because if you ever lose that number, sometimes it's a challenge to try to find it again. So make sure you keep your business docs and your articles of incorporation or your any of your business docs in a safe place, fireproof box at that. All right. And then once you obtain your EIN, you want to make sure for your state or your county, wherever you are, you want to understand whether the permit or the license is necessary. If a license is necessary to sell solar in your state and you're going to be selling solar, you want to make sure that you do the necessary thing to acquire the business license that is needed. Okay. All right. Let's go on. We're going to go on. Once you have determined where you are, you got your EIN, you got your permits, you got your certifications, your next step is to open a business account. Now, I really want to ask this question, but I really don't want you to answer it because I know we have a lot of business owners here on this call here, but I want to know how many of you do not have a business account, but you're running a business. Everything is going into your personal account. You don't have to really answer it there, but this is about locating yourself and establishing great business practices. So open a business account, make sure you don't commingle funds. You keep your personal finances separate from your business finances. And then you want to be able to maintain those clear financial records for taxes and legal protection. All right. Once you identify that, now that you got your banking together, you want to set up your accounting and record keeping systems. You have to have tools to track your expenses. Expensify is one of those apps that I would recommend that you use. Every time when I go to the gas station, I can just put in gas, the amount, the date. When I go off to a business lunch, I can just pull that out, put that in, it'll categorize things for me. So you want to have some type of accounting and record keeping systems for your business so that when it's time for you to meet with your CPA, now you're able to provide them the information they need. And it's not a challenge like you see in some movies where they're looking through all the drawers, looking for all the receipts, looking for all of this stuff, and they can't find it. They can't find these receipts. But once you get organized in your business, you are going to be amazing. And I'm not sure who's writing on my slides. All right. And then also consider hiring an accountant or using accounting software. All right, we're going to move on. All right. Anybody heard of DUNS? Anybody heard of DUNS? Drop in the chat a 1 if you heard of DUNS. If you heard of DUNS, let me see who's heard of DUNS. Okay, okay. All right, who has a DUNS number? Anybody here has a DUNS number? All right, so let's talk about what that DUNS number is. First of all, DUNS stands for Data Universal Numbering System. This is a unique number that is assigned by Dun and Bradstreet. It has so many benefits, which I'm going to cover on the next slide, okay? But you will want to get your DUNS number there. I put this ahead of it because I want you to just screenshot this screen here so you can know exactly what you need to do. So go ahead and screenshot this if you have the ability to do it. You want to visit the Dun and Bradstreet website, which is www.dnb.com. You're going to want to choose the appropriate option for your DUNS number, whether you're doing it for government contracting, for grants, or general business purposes. Most people are going to be doing general business purposes. They may be doing contracting. If you do any of the government contracting, you definitely need it for that as well. And then you want to be able to provide your business information, fill in all your business detail, legal name, all of that good stuff. And also look up the NAICS code. Anybody heard of NAICS? NAICS is the North American Industry Classification System Code. The government, US government use it a lot. If you ever do anything with government contracting, you're going to need a NAICS code. And this is what they use to categorize businesses by their primary industry. And if you ever go over to look up, and you can just Google NAICS code, look up there, you want to make sure you select the one for your industry, okay? And then you want to be able to submit the application. So let's talk about some of the benefits of getting the DUNS number. First and foremost, you're in business. You are a business owner there. So you want to be able to establish business credit. It also enhances your credibility because this is showing that you have a global presence. We just talked about going international next month. And so you want to be able to show that you have a global presence by the lenders, suppliers, government agencies that may be looking for someone that can do business overseas or stateside and overseas. So you want to make sure that you can get that DUNS number to enhance your credibility. And again, if you are into government contracting, which if you're not, you should explore. It does take some time to get in it, but once you get your feet in the door and you got everything set, it can be an amazing opportunity. It's required for you to have that for government contracts. All right. More benefits, your global recognition worldwide. Supplier relationships, just reiterating. They may use your number to check your business credit, and you get to monitor and manage your business credit as well. So those are some of the benefits. Now that you got your DUNS number, we're going to talk about you being able to review your profit and loss statement. Okay, I know everybody here filed taxes. How many of you look at your P&L statement, this profit and loss statement, some call it the income statement, frequently? Drop it in the chat. I want to know where you are. Okay, let's see who looks at this frequently. All right, absolutely. Well, great, Don. Great. Excellent. If you do not look at your P&L, I recommend that the next time we're coming up, we're on tax season again, right? So pull out your tax returns and look at your P&L statement. A lot of people don't look at this because it's a lot of numbers and it's like, they don't look at it. But I recommend that you get familiar, you become intimate with your P&L statement, because this is where you're making your business decisions from. This is where you're going to determine, and I apologize for the background noise. My husband decided to roll out. And I'm in my content making room, y'all. So it's right over the garage. There we go. All right, so now that that's done, this profit and loss statement. This is the financial statement that talks about the health of your business. So you should be checking this. We should be checking this every day. It shows your business income, it shows your expenditures. And when you put your P&L together with your balance sheet and your cash flow statement, man, you're going to be like, okay, this business is healthy. Okay, I need to make some adjustments here. okay, maybe I'm going to close this business, right? Because it's revealing that portfolio. You get to determine whether you're profitable or whether you're operating an expensive hobby. All right, excellent. Let's move on. All right, now that you have reviewed your P&L, I got this slide right here where it says budge, right? Because I don't want you to budge from your budget because you want to identify and create a wonderful, a healthy budget. Me personally, I like to play red light, green light with my marketing dollars. I like to play it with my money. I don't want people spending my money for me. I like to play red light, green light. I hold my money accountable. I give it an assignment. Each dollar know where it's going. When it before it even comes in, it got to know where it's going. It already got an assignment, right? And one of the things I realized that even as a business owner, there are a lot of tools that we may want to invest in, especially with one of my other businesses, real estate to be exact. There's a lot of tools that we may want to pay for, but I believe in free 99. If I can get it for free, I'm not going to pay for it. So free 99 if it's going to help me to get to where I need to be. So I recommend every business owner to lead with revenue. Don't go into debt trying to fund your business. You find the tools that can work for you, and you make it work. You definitely want to minimize the expenses and increase your income. All right. So now what we're going to do, we're going to shift a little. This is where it's going to require maybe just a moment. Initially, I was going to do a full-fledged business planning financial overview, but I realized that 30 minutes is not going to be enough time to do this because a business planning clinic typically takes 4 hours to do in full. So I'm going to give you a snippet of this, but it will get you on your way. It will help you to get started, okay? So I truly believe that the power to define is the power to fulfill. We want to talk about some definitions in your business, because we are a commission-based organization, and we have rev share and all that great stuff, which is amazing. We have the residual, it's amazing. But I'm going to be primarily talking about the solar aspect of the business as one of the larger ticketed items. I'm going to be primarily talking about solar here in this session. So we want to be able to define the commission, gross commission income. This is the overall commission that you get from the sell. All right. That's the total amount of money paid on transactions for the entire year. This is going to be relevant when we get to the next screen. We want to talk about the cost of sales or the client acquisition costs. Over in real estate, we call it cost of sales. Over in solar, you might call it client acquisition cost, right? This is the cost of making or acquiring the sell. Now, what would fall up under that? That would be any commission paid to your broker, the broker office, the commission, the company dollar that we pay back to BYLD. Any commissions and splits paid to members that's a part of that particular sell, those referral fees that you actually pay to your affiliate business partners, all of that would be considered cost of sales. So just remember that, because when we go over, you're going to need to look at your costs and determine where you're at. You're going to have to locate yourself. And then everything else in your business is operating expenses. Everything else, marketing, all the other things, they're considered operating expenses. You know, if you go out and you get door hangers, or you go out and you print some stuff at Office Depot, whatever the case may be, if you hold a big event, a lunch and learn, all that stuff would fall up under your operating expenses. So we got cost of sales and we got operating expenses. And then of course, the net income is the amount of profit your business earns, because this is where you're trying to get to. We want to be profitable. We don't want to be in business and finding out that we're spending more money than, we're generating, or at the end of it, we don't have any money. Don't want to be there. A little full transparency. One of my years, I believe it was the year right before COVID, or we were in the stay order. Everybody was to stay at home. I was licensed in multiple states, still am licensed. So most people got to take a break. I think I had a 1 week break, but because I was licensed in some of the other states that didn't, real estate became essential when they realized, oh, they're essential because people still need housing. I was traveling back and forth. I was burning those real estate streets up, back and forth, up and down the highway on flying, which was really, really great at that time because you like the only person in the airport. It was really, really great. But I realized that year, I was like, okay, when I looked at my P&L statement, I was like, oh my word. I probably spent about $100,000 on travel and staying at hotels that year. And I was like, okay, we're going to have to make some adjustments on that. I'm going to have to, work a little bit wiser on that, get some other things in place so that I don't have to spend a lot of the funds on the travel, even though it's a business expense, the travel and just going back and forth, the hotels and all of the food when you're traveling. So you want to make sure you review your P&L statement so you can know what's going on in your business. So I had to make some adjustments. All right, now this right here, when I teach a business planning class, this is about your economic numbers. What I want you to remember is that we're talking about your cost of sales, which is represented here. This doesn't have to be your number, but this entire pie needs to equate to 100%, 100%, okay? So over here, I have this representative as your net income. This is the operating expenses just for this example here, and this is the cost of sales. We're going to determine your economic numbers over on the next page. So I want you to be able to pull out something to write with. I want you to be able to get your calculator, if you got it there, because I do want you to realize your potential and how to get to your next step. So the first thing that we want to determine is, now that your business is set up and established, is what do you want to net? 2025, what do you want to net in this BYLD network? I want you to actually take that number. I'm going to show you, put it in the middle of the page here. Like, take that number and put it up top, your net income. Just like that. Or however you need to write it to keep, because we're gonna build on this page here. So do you have your number? Everybody have the number? Okay, excellent. Now that you know what you want to net for the year, we're going to have to talk about the cost of sales or the client acquisition costs, or we're going to have to talk about that in your operating expenses. If you have been in the business already, you probably know what that looked like because you're consulting with your P&L. And so you already know what that looked like. If you haven't been in the business, use my example right here. Now, cost of sales, it doesn't have to be this much for sure, but we're just gonna follow this example. What I threw in here for cost of sales is company dollar that I pay the company for every solar deal that I am using. I threw that in. All right. I threw in, for those of my affiliate business partners that's going to refer me that solar deal. And if I'm paying them $1,000, I also put that in there. So that's the reason why the number looked like it's a little bit higher, because there's a lot of affiliates attached and they're going to be generating business and I'm going to be paying them out that fee. So you determine what that looked like. When you have your cost of sales, you're now going to look at your operating expenses. How much is it going to cost you to operate this type of business? Now, this may not be your expenses there. This is just for this example. Your expenses may be low because you don't have to you can do a lot of things on social. You don't have to do a lot of events, a lot of lunch and learns where you're buying food and things of that nature. So it really just depends upon what you're going to do yourself in the business, right? But for this example, I put $10,000 here for operating expenses. All right, now that you got your net income, You're going to add the cost of sales, whatever your number is. If you don't have a number yet, like if you're new to this organization, then you can go ahead and use the example that I have here. But do realize that you're going to make an adjustment on this next year, or actually at the end of the year, maybe when you get your next return, your business return, you're going to make an adjustment. So now that we have this, you're going to take the net income, you're going to add that your cost of sales and your operating expenses, and this is going to give you the gross close income, your commission income that you're going to need to make. So if your net number was 200,000, you're going to still have to make at least 245,000 in this example. So your net income should be less than the gross close income, that total GCI. Are we tracking? All right. We can move on. All right. Everybody's good? Let me check the chat just to make sure everybody's good. Hold on 1 second. Okay, let me open this too. I need to check my timer, make sure I'm good. Okay, all right. So we're good. We're almost done. All right. So now that you got those numbers there, what you want to do now is we're going to talk about the average commission. Now, for this example, you see how I have solar 7,000? That's just an average number that I'm using. And then I have solar 3,500. It's an average. The reason why I set it up this way is because some people, they're going to go on after they get out of the mentorship program, they're going to go on and they're going to do solo on their own. And this is just an average. We do know that it could be different. It could vary per deal, but this is an average here for the example. So you can see exactly how we're trying to get to that next step. All right. So now that you got we're going to go back up here to your gross close income. Now that we have that there, you're going to take your gross close income, whatever your number was, you're going to divide by the average commission on this side, 7,000. If you're working with 3,500, you're going to divide this by 3,500. I'm going to go through this example on this side first, and then this example, just know that things are going to be doubled, okay? Whatever your number is. So for this example here, I took 245,000 divided by 7,000, and that gave me 35 transactions, 35 solar transactions that I need, 35 deals to net the 200,000 income. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm taking my number, the total transactions needed. I'm just going to bring it right down here to say that these are my deals. And let me get this out the way so I can see. That says slur deals, pardon me, it should say solar deals, okay? 35 deals, I just brought the number over. If you're doing 3,500, it's probably 70 deals. So you can bring your number over. Then what we're gonna do from there, we're gonna talk about the same thing, we just duplicated. You need 35 total solar deals. Now we're going to talk about the conversion rate, when your sold conversion rate. This conversion rate here talks about when you're under contract, and I believe with solar, most things close once you get through the process and they're financed. Typically they close, but just in case something falls out because something didn't come back right or whatever the case may be, I put a margin in there for the conversion rate. So 5% fallout, that is what I'm using on the sold conversion rate. I'm going to put 5% fallout. So now what we're going to do, you determine what your fallout is, but if you already got them to the table and they have signed the deal, typically you're moving forward full steam ahead. However, allow some type of buffer for fallout. So 5% fallout, you can use the number here, or if you know what your genuine number is, go ahead and use that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take your number, whatever it was, whether it was 35 or whether it was 70 or whatever your number is, because your stuff may be slightly different depending on your net income. We're going to take the total solar deals there, divided by 95%, and that is going to give you the total solar appointments that you're going to need to go on for the year. And you can see this, you got 35 total solar deals here. You got to go on at least 37 because you're going to have you might have 5% fallout. All right. That don't convert. All right. Now, if you get a fractional number on any of this while we're going through, make sure you round up to the next whole number, because you can't go on to, 37 and a half appointments or 37.633. All right. So make sure you round up to the next number. All right, now that you got that number, we're going to keep it tracking. Now we're going to talk about the appointment conversion rate. You have went out, you have had some conversations, and really I should have put, converting those electric bills. How many people, once you have the conversations with them, they come in and they say, okay, yes, I want to go in, I want to do this, this consultation with you to see if solar is a great fit for me. We're going to talk about that conversion rate. So for instance, if you talk to 4 people and 3 said yes and 1 said no, then your appointment conversion rate is 75%. Okay. Determine where you are, find out your number, and then let's go back up and grab the total solar appointments needed divided by your appointment conversion rate. And that is going to give you the total solar appointments that you need to go on. If you're converting at 75%, you're going to have to go on more solar appointments because you don't always get, like 25% of the appointments you may not get. So we want to make sure we locate ourselves and we know exactly where we are. Okay. All right, let me move this on along. Now that you have your solar appointments, we want to find out how many you have to go on each month, because 50 may look like a big deal, but when you break it down, 50 divided by 12, that's only 5 solar appointments that month. And I know I put listing appointment, but this is listing for solar, y'all. Okay, that's 5 appointments that month. So, and then we want to break it down even further, because going on at 5 a month, so how many appointments should we be going on weekly? We're going to divide that by 4, and you only have 2 weekly appointments. And the reason is rounded up. So we always round up, we never round down, we round up. Okay. All right, now I'm going to go through this side really, really fast for those that are going to be a mentor. It is the exact same thing. Hopefully you were filling your numbers in on this side. You're going to grab whatever your number was here. You're going to bring this down. Yep, pardon the spelling and all of that good stuff. Yeah, that was typos on both sides, but it's all good. You're going to bring your deals down there. The same thing. It's going to be the same number repeated. Your sold conversion rate, I'm going through it fast because we just talked about it, divided by your sold conversion rate. Total appointments needed for you for that year is going to be that 74. And then you're going to talk about your appointment conversion rate. Again, same thing, divided by your appointment conversion rate. We're going to get this total appointments that you need to go on for the year. That's 100. Now let's break that down to see how many you have to go on monthly. You have 9 that you have to go on. 9 a month is not bad at all. We'd be going after the 10 bills, right? So 9 a month is not bad at all if we can convert all 10 of those. And then how many you would do for the week? It's only 3 a week, 3 solar appointments a week. That is your solar plan. Now, typically I would go in and show you all the other things, but I want to go ahead and just piece this thing together for you. Once you got your number and you know what it looks like, I want to talk about mapping your way to success. It's called the GPS. Everybody got a GPS. Everyone has heard of a GPS, use a GPS to get from point A to point B, right? This 135, this is talking about one goal. And in this example, your one goal, now you can use this across your business for other areas. You can use it personal, family for your goals. But this goal, we're talking about your net income goal. That is the one goal there. Then you're going to come up with 3 priorities for reaching those goals. And you're going to then break it down into smaller pieces. 5 strategies for each priority. Now I'm going to show you an example This is not necessarily going to be what you do. And this is not the same example from what I just said. I probably should have changed it, but this is going to just be this is a template almost where you can look at it, you can screenshot it, you can figure out what you're going to do to generate however many clients and transactions you need to generate to get to your net income. So for this example, we got the goal up here. We got the number of transactions. So priority one for this client decides that they want 60% of their transactions to come from their sphere of influence. They want to reach out to their family, their friends, the people in their community that they know. And in order to do that, they're going to create and implement touches. Now, when I talk about touches is some way to keep in touch with those that you know, whether that is via social, whether that is email, whether that is sending something in the mail, but creating and implementing how you're going to touch those people in your sphere of influence. 5 daily contacts. 5 daily contacts. You want to make sure that you are squared away on the daily contacts. And then you can have client appreciation and on and on. I just wanted to give you an overview of what it looked like. Make sure you screenshot this here, and we are coming to the end of our consultation. So this time next year, you want to ask yourself, what would I have accomplished? What would I have accomplished? And with that being said, thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. I'm going to turn it right back over to our wonderful host.
Thank you, Kathy. Hey, listen, I know folks are wanting, listen, this was amazing. We have to take a quick break. I know you want a lot of information from Kathy again, but and we will make that available. But what right now we're going to do is take a short 5-minute break. So it may be 4. So don't lose your pencil. So we'll be right back because we got an amazing guy coming up. We got the Millionaire Mentorship, the Business Showcase leader. Our one and only Mr. Sam Bean is going to be with us. So don't go get your coffee and get your hype ready because he's coming. Kathy, thank you so much for an excellent job. Listen, I want
Great
to talk.
job, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great
I
stuff.
want to talk to you personally.
Awesome, Kathy.
Kathy.
I got some stuff screwed up. Oh, I gotta get it fixed. I'm going to the doctor. All right, ladies, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
I'm gonna call you Kathy the calculator.
Okay, now you know I like numbers.
Can you
Great
put
job.
that last slide with the math? That'd be great.
Great job, Kathy.
Yeah. So
Thank you, everyone.
This National Solar Broker, Mr. Sam Bean, is coming with an amazing story, an amazing help. Listen, I don't know, I only been in the business a few weeks, or maybe a month or so, but this man right here, man, got an inspiration. So, guys, let's take this break and come back and get ready to listen to what Mr. Bean has to tell us. Vice President of Sales. Wow.
Thank you so much, Kathy. You were amazing. I've spent thousands of dollars over the years for this presentation here. You are absolutely amazing. Thank you, my sister.
Oh, absolutely. It's my pleasure. That's what we're here for, to help each other out, right? One
Amen.
team.
Amen.
So does Rod have his countdown clock?
I'm gonna stay on and just talk, man, a little bit because Mr. Obi is gonna bring back on Mr. Bean here shortly when he gets online. But I can tell you, you want to be ready. You want to be ready when he comes on because he has so much knowledge, man. He has so much knowledge, not only in the solar industry, but in life, man. I've listened to him a lot of times as I've been part of this BYLD network, and I'm always getting life nuggets from him, way more than the solar nuggets. It's about the life nuggets. I got tons of them written down, man. Matter of fact, they told me it's all right to be a copycat as long as you copy the right cat. And I've been cheating and I've been writing down the things he said and I use them. I use them a lot, man. I was like, this guy, Mr. Bean, the vice president of the sale, is amazing, man. Again, he's our vice president of sales for solar, but he's a life coach, I believe. Even in our weekly meetings or the weekly talks he does, if you don't get life lessons from him, there's something you can reflect on. And I'm a young man, man. I'm a young guy, and I know he's somebody I can listen to and pull some things out, pull some life lessons out, and just learn and implement them. I love hearing him speak. I love hearing him speak because just listening to him, you can get a lot. You can get a ton of life lessons from what Mr. Bean said. So when we come back, Mr. Obi is gonna come on the line, and he's gonna take us to the, I want to say, to the mountaintop, because we got to go up there with Mr. Bean. We got to get up to the mountaintop. So that's what Mr. Obi is gonna direct us to, and let Mr. Bean talk to us and give us some, not only solo lessons, but give us some life lessons. Because I guarantee you, he will drop some life hints. We may not think so. We may think he's coming to talk solar. I guarantee you, he's coming to talk life and how life can impact solar. So just stand by a second. When Mr. Obi gets back on, we're gonna rock and roll with it. So stand. So like I said, Mr. Obi will be back on just a second. We got 5 minutes to go get that coffee. I didn't get it this morning, so I got to find something else to amp me up. And I got the battery cables juiced up, hooked up to me right now, because I know Mr. Bean got some life lessons. One of the things I hear him say a lot. I don't know. I hear him say the comfort zone is the disaster zone. I don't know if y'all heard it, but he said it. The comfort zone is the disaster zone. And as you think about it, hey, guess what? If you sit around and you sit around and you do nothing for a while and you get comfortable where you're at, you may already be a millionaire or a thousandaire or whatever, and then you start sitting around doing nothing. You get into the comfort zone, and then the next thing you know, you fade away, right? That can be the disaster zone. So I can't wait till Mr. Bean get on and drop them nuggets on us. I got 2 ink pens to write with today, so we'll stand by. And Mr. Obi will get back on in just a second, and he'll take us there. He'll take us there. So just stand by. Right at 11:30.
All right, JD, man, it is that time.
There you go.
That we've been looking for it and waiting for all morning long. Man, great. Can y'all put some ones in the chat for just the event so far this morning, all the speakers and the panelists? Can y'all give it up for them? Y'all come off mute and make some noise. Man, just a great, amazing information that's been shared.
Yes.
All right.
Let's go. Let's go.
It was fire. Great info. Great info. Life changing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Keisha throwing it out there. Kathy throwing it out there. Rod, Tim, man, you guys need to stop Jabari throwing it out there. And I guarantee you folks are catching it. I got it. I can tell you now. I'm going to get my bucket so I can carry some.
All right, guys. Hey, we're getting ready to start here. Now, I have the distinct honor and the privilege to introducing this awesome man. Man, I can't just say enough great things about Mr. Bean. I'm gonna read his bio, guys. Let everybody know we about to get started here. The person that's up next, guys, getting ready to speak today is a family man. He's a military veteran. He's been a successful entrepreneur for over 30 years. He's earned millions in 3 different industries, and he's come out of retirement because this will be his 4th industry. Not only has he done extremely well for himself, but he's always done what's best for his people. That's the guy I'm talking about. Mr. Bean has a goal to help over 10,000 families generate $5,000 per month in residual income in the next 5 years, y'all, the next 5 years. And what I admire and respect most about, Mr. Bean is his wisdom, his experience and knowledge, but it's his sincerity, just has a heart of gold, just really a giver, a servant leader. Even on yesterday, man, just taking the time out of his busy schedule to kind of talk to us about this event. And I know it was like a national holiday in his home yesterday with his wife's birthday. Want to say happy birthday to his bride as well. But he took the time out of his schedule to talk about this event and what he wanted to share. And he took the time out of his schedule to be with us today. I know they're still celebrating. It's the weekend, birthday weekend. But Mr. Bean, we thank you and appreciate you so much. So without any further delay, I just want to bring to the stage this awesome man, this trailblazer. Man, thank you so much. We have the Vice President of Sales, Mr. Samuel Bean. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
What's going on, Rod? How you doing?
Good, sir. Wonderful, wonderful.
Fantastic. And John, I appreciate them kind words. I know you was better than a hype man, man. You had me over here crunk over here on my coffee. I'm like, I had coffee like it was spiked with vodka or something. You know, it's all good over here. And Kathy, I got a chance to get in on your segment after my event was over with. Great segment. You know, a lot of great information. And if you guys were on, hopefully you was taking some notes because she was dropping some jewels. And so definitely want to say I appreciate, Jabari for reaching out to me and just extending an opportunity to have a moment with you guys, and that's always real big. When you have a person who's a leader and he says, hey, look, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put myself in a position where you know I have some other people who may add some value to it, like a JC Rangel, who's the president of the company, Sam Bean, who is vice president of the company. I want to make sure that they come in and do some things. It says a lot about him. As far as ego-wise, guys, a lot of guys wouldn't do that. I've been in this industry for a long time and around people who are supposed to be leading people for a long time. And again, it's normally all about them. And so I appreciate you guys for sharing your platform. And so today, again, it's just for me, it's not really about the slides. It's really about the understanding. And at some point in time, I'm going to open it up for questions, when it comes to building. So for those of you who are builders and consider yourself builders, like John said, my part is not going to be about solo. It's just going to be about business. Okay. And one of the things that you want to talk about while you guys are getting your questions together, for the building side is your business identity. And when I talk about your business identity, when I came in the company, I knew who I was and I knew who I wasn't. Okay, I knew I was a businessman, and my goal was to create subscriptions, that would pay me, at some point in time internationally, on a large level. That's how I have been building business for the last 20 years. That's where I've made millions in two industries. Made millions of dollars in real estate without subscriptions, but when I got turned on to network marketing and direct sales, I used that platform to blow up my real estate business. And I started doing business on a real estate scale. I stopped being a real estate agent and became a businessman that just used real estate as a platform. Okay. And so for those of you who are here today, if you are in business, okay, but behaving as a solar specialist, you're costing yourself money. Okay. So when you look at where you're at right now, if solar is your thing, that's all you care about, that's all you want to do. There's nothing wrong with that. But how you identify that may be costing you money. So if you're solar in business, you want to be a business person who just happens to use solar as an industry, to move millions of dollars of products and services and sales and make millions of dollars in revenue and income. Okay? If you are just a salesperson in general and you're good at selling whatever it is that we sell, just be a business person and use the platform of high ticket sales to make millions of dollars. Because I was never a coffee guy. I made millions of dollars in coffee. I was never a coffee salesperson. I was just a person who is a businessman who used coffee to move millions of dollars of product internationally and make millions of dollars in income. Okay. And so identity, when you look at my parallel when it comes to this business, first and foremost, um, I use the Amazon. And for those of you who hear me do presentations and have me hear my conversations, I don't have MLM or direct sales conversations. I have business conversations. Okay, I don't talk about recruiting. I talk about building. I talk about legacies. I talk about the things that I compare our business structure to those structures that people are used to and friendly to. Okay, the one thing you got to understand about network marketing, guys, is that for those of you who use network marketing, as an identity for your business, there are going to be a lot of people, especially if you're in an age range somewhere between 40 to 55, you're going to turn a lot of people off, right? And they won't hear your solar message based on they think you got a network marketing message. They won't hear your water message based on the fact that they think you got a network marketing message. They won't hear your smart money, club message or your Ripple message based on the fact that they think you have a network marketing message. Okay. Let me share some with you. When you look at like James Gyros. Is it Gyros? Okay. James, what's your favorite meal? Come off me. Tell me what your favorite meal is, James.
Pizza.
Pizza. Okay, so great. So what do you like with your pizza?
Everything, actually. There's nothing I
Okay.
don't like. I mean, you can
Okay.
load it down or you can make it plain. I don't care.
Okay. All right. And what are you drinking with your pizza?
Usually Coke.
Mhm. So let's just say you got your favorite pizza, which I had pizza last night at the movies when me and my wife and my kids went to watch Dinner Thieves 2, by the way. It's a great movie. Y'all should check it out. Plug, shameless plug. Don't get paid for it, but great entertainment. I had pizza. And for the first time in a long time, I had a cherry slushy, right? And I'm gonna just tell you, they brought it out on a nice silver platter, and I enjoyed it, 100% of it. Now, if someone brings you your pizza and your Coke on a trash can lid, beautifully cooked, you can see the steam coming off the pizza, and you can, or are you going to eat it?
No.
No, you're not. So you're serving people what they love and what they would actually buy on a trash can lid. Basically, it's not appetizing to them. You're turning them off. It's a trigger word, and people have trauma from trigger. They have trauma, and you trigger it when you don't understand how to communicate to your audience. Okay, so when I talk about this company, I use companies like Amazon that people can relate to when it comes to subscriptions. I use, companies like Netflix. Everybody has Netflix. Everybody has Amazon Prime. A lot of people understand who HBO is, even if they don't have HBO. Spotify, even if they don't have Spotify, they understand what all these Zoom, Fortnite. They hear all these things that I talk about in the presentation. They are fully aware of these things. These are not new to these people. Okay. And I talk to them about it in a business manner, cause and effect, right? Future and what's about to happen, not what may happen. It's what's going to happen, whether you participate or not, or whether you want to participate or not. Subscription-based businesses are the fastest growing segment of business out there when it comes to businesses, even with corporations. Okay. And so corporations are now making more money off of subscriptions than they are on the stuff that they sell. Just having access to the memberships and perks and benefits is what they're selling and what they're making more money on, what they're leveraging, what they're actually using to capitalize that and increase the valuations of their companies. And so people who are on this level who invested $200 in their companies and their businesses, they don't see it that way. They have a small investment, so they have small thinking. If you turn that, say, if you take that $200, and you add three zeros at the back of it, and then turn it to 200,000, and it's the same company, right? I just said now you get a chance to sell all four verticals that we actually have here, and I'll let you invest for $200,000. You invest for $200,000, you're looking at this thing totally different now. You're investing time and energy and effort and resources in this thing totally different now, right? You behaving in a whole entire different manner because you have something to lose now, right? But because you only invested $200, you give people a $200 pitch. Okay. And that's the problem. People spent that this weekend on dinner and a movie. So at the end of the day, you have to give them a valuation of your company, right? That gives that puts it up here instead of down here. When a person talks to me about my business, it's up here. It's from a high level. It's not down here, where anybody can actually, everybody feel like they have access to it. Anybody can do it. Or, it's just something that, you can do it if you want to get to it. No, when I open up the doors of this business, I invested $1 million, not 200. Okay. So the identity of your business, what do you categorize your business is, the valuation of your business, how much is your business investment, how much did you invest in your company when you open your doors? On paper, I invested $1 million in my business. In the back office, I invested 189. Okay. So I can't quit this business until I get my $1 million back. Until I have a break even point, I can't quit this business. I did that in the last company. It took me 4 years to get my $1 million back. 3 years to get my $1 million back. 3.5. Right. And so at that point in time, I could quit. But at that time, I only invested $1,500 in that $1,300 in that company. But in the back office, but on paper, I invested $1 million. So I designed a $1 million business strategy to get my $1 million back. Same thing I did here. From day one, Jabari and anybody else who's been here from my day one, not yours. In February, when I first got started here in this company, I told y'all in 18 months to 24 months, I'm going to be at a $250,000 a month. And the masses would say he invested $200 in this company. He thinks he's going to make $250,000 a month. That's ludicrous. No, that's actual factual. For you, it may be ludicrous. For me, it's a reality, right? You can't. How you look at your investment and how I look at mine are two totally different things. That's why I have more value for my company than you do. Think about it for a second. And I want to paint this picture for y'all. And again, this has nothing to do with me. This has everything to do with the understanding. I watched my mentor and the company where I made my first $1 million in. I watched him leave a travel company, a company that had a lot of different things, go in the coffee company. When we went to the coffee company, he blew up. Like he outworked everybody, he outperformed everybody, he outran everybody, he outbuilt everybody. And then they gave him the position of, and I say they anointed him in the position of VP of sales. Okay. He earned it. And he earned it. And he did so without them paying him to do it. He went out there and did his thing. So I watched at that point in time how much power he had, how much visibility he had, how much influence he had, and how much more money he made when he got to that position because he was on purpose. Okay. He came in, he paid $1 million for his business to get started. And no, he told me he paid $100 million for his business when he got started. I paid $1 million for mine. But we both paid $1,300 to get started. So when I joined this company and this movement, I'm looking at the landscape. I said, okay, so there's really, they have a VP of sales, but he's on. He shouldn't be the VP of sales. We got to, I'm going to remove him from that position. That's my position, right? And so at some point in time, I have an affirmation, and goals to be partner of the company. Okay. So in 3 months, they anointed me in a position of VP of leadership development, right? 6 months, I got partnership. Okay. 9 months, VP of sales. 12 months is not till February. But because I paid $1 million for my business, I behaved as such. All right. I need to get my money back, James. So I need to get my money back. You know what I'm saying? So I now have to go and I have to reverse engineer. I have the blueprint. I have a high ticket sales company. I have a business mall basically where people come to shop for opportunities, okay, and careers. I don't have a network marketing company. I don't have a direct sales company. I don't have a solar company because you have people who some of y'all right now, raise your hand or put a word in the chat if people identify with you as solar in this company. When people think of you, they think of solar. Put a one in the chat, right? Okay. So this is the thing. If you are a solar guy, that's amazing. And that's all you want to do, that's amazing. But if you're not, that means that you need to rebrand yourself. Because when I had people say, well, I know you're serious about solar. No, I'm not serious about solar. I'm serious about business. I have to correct people because when we got started, all we had was solar. Security wasn't on the map for me. It wasn't even a part of discussion for me. Okay. But now we have water. Now we have, Ripple coming. Now we have, travel coming. And you at that point in time, no, you're putting me in a box if you put me in a solar box. So identity is very, very, what do people know you for? What is your brand? Right? So identity first, valuation of your company, how much you get, because now I'm a business owner, right? And I'm not a solo owner. I'm a business owner. I own 4 different businesses under one umbrella. Okay? I have partnerships with solar. I have partnerships with alkaline water companies. I have partnership with, military grade, security, right? I have a partnership with a financial company, a financial resource company. Okay, so yeah, I have partnerships in all these companies. Okay, and so when you have ownership, right, you speak that way. Some of y'all are a part of these positions. I have ownership in them, figuratively and literally now. Right? But you don't get the literal part until you embrace the figurative part. You have to now speak it. You have to live it. You have to walk it. You have to embrace it. You have to let people know that I'm not a solar guy. I'm a business guy. I just happen to focus on solar at this point because this is the smartest thing to do at this time that we have in this community, this United States of America that we live in. Why wouldn't I shift my thought processes in business to solar with Elon Musk in office? Why wouldn't I shift my finances, investments, and my time that I'm using to solar when, right now that we at a point to where the grid is overloaded, the government is paying people to go solar so they can get off the grid. Why wouldn't I when my man Warren Buffett invested $10 billion in clean energy and solar, why wouldn't I, as a businessman or a businesswoman, put some thought, some process, some energy, some finances over in solar? No, I'm not a solar guy. I'm a business guy who just understands business. So that part is very, very important. And so that's going to help a lot of y'all out the gate because your conversations are going to change. Conversations are going to evolve. And when your conversations evolve and change, guys, so do you. Your posture changes. Your confidence changes, right? And when you communicate with people, even other solar pros from other companies, right? They change. They see something different than you, and they want to connect with you. It's not about build, and it's not about Encore. It's not about freedom. It's about you. If people don't join this company, it's because they didn't join you. They don't believe you. They believe that, oh no, why would I join a company that's beneath me? Because you're a company, you're an entity, just for the record, just in case you didn't know that. You Inc. is a company that's under this umbrella. So if they didn't join you, it's because they didn't believe in you. They didn't join you is because they feel like the value of their company, them Inc., is higher than the value of your company, you Inc. Why would I join a sub company? Okay. Making sense so far? So when you out there and we talk about the law of attraction, and we if we do really believe that what we say in the words that are coming out of our mouth is the navigational systems, to our lives, we need to start speaking better. Okay? We also need to be upgrading out the information, that we operate on. Like some of our operating systems are still in 2020. Some operating system when it comes to solar is in 2017, right? 2021. And my operating system right now is upgraded every day. I have a computer up here and, I got to continue to feed it. I got to continue to put antivirus and stuff up there. I got to continue to put new information in there, man. ChatGPT, it made me dangerous. I was already a problem, but now I'm dangerous. John, they have no unearthly idea, who they going to see in 18 months right now. The me I am right now, hey, I'm a mental midget compared to who I'm going to be in 18 months. It's going to be a problem. $1 million a month problem, right? And so that's one thing. So that part, guys, the mentality I wanted, like I said, was that the mentality side of it, You are what you think you are. Okay. You are what you say you are. Right. And nobody's going to be able to tell me different because I know these are my affirmations. These are my declarations. These are the things that I say to myself. And these are the ways that dictate my behavior every day. So I know who I am. I know my value. I know what I'm about to get, and I know who's coming with me. No specific names, just somebody. Right. Because remember, if it's not John, if it's not you, it's going to be somebody. Right? If it's not you, it's gonna be somebody. Remember, winners who need people to get to the top, they don't need specific people. They just need people who understand the mission. Right? And so that's the thing. Everybody can come along for the ride. Okay. But everybody will get a chance to come along for the ride and watch us do what we're gonna do. Right? They'll be in the company. It's not just gonna be enough for them to be in the company though. They're going to have to be in the company and be a part of the reason why the company goes to the next level in order for them to actually enjoy what we'll enjoy. Right? That ownership, that leadership. That's why I say when it comes to different things that we have to offer in the company right now, if you're not putting people on the millionaire mentorship calls on Monday nights, that part right there, that's what opens up their mind, gets them thinking differently, gets them thinking bigger. When you look at, The Magic of Thinking Big, by Carl Schwartz. And years ago, I was listening to the audio. I'm an avid listener, not reader. And so I can't sit still long enough to read a book, but I can listen on a regular basis. And that was one of the things where a car salesman became one of the greatest car salesmen ever, based on referrals. And but the referrals were generated by the internal programming. He recorded himself doing affirmations, right? And he would listen to himself and his affirmations every day. So I actually have a video. I created a video, affirmation video that's on YouTube, but it gets me rocking and rolling. Got Nas, You Can Hate Me Now, instrumental in the background. And I'm just for like 7 minutes. I'm bananas, right? And I'm gonna just say right now, I did that years ago, many, many moons ago. And I stopped doing it. I fell off listening to it. And because everything that took off and just going so good, going so great, 40 grand a month, 50 grand a month, 60 grand a month, 70 grand a month. And I stopped listening to it, right? And then I turned around and picked it up like 4 or 5 years ago. 4 or 5 years later. And I started listening to it. I'm like, whoa, man. A lot of the stuff that I put on here, 80% of the stuff that I put on here has been accomplished. But remember, I'm programming my subconscious mind with those affirmations. And it's me talking to me, not you talking to me. You know, Yeah, I can learn some stuff listening to you, but when I program me, it has the ability to be permanent. When you program me, it has the ability to be temporary because that's external. Internal, permanence. External, temporary. And so, magic of thinking big. Create your audio, record yourself with affirmations, some of your favorite instrumental that you have, and listen to it all the time. Listen to it while you're in the gym, listen to it when you wake up, listen to it when you're about to procrastinate, especially when you're about to procrastinate. Okay. One of the things I used to do is I used to count backwards, from 5. When I got ready to procrastinate, 5, 4, and I'm grabbing my cell phone and I'm finding my affirmations. 3, 2, boom. You can hate me now, and it's going now. It's like my affirmations are going now, boom, boom, and so now everything I wasn't gonna do because of procrastination, I started to do. I went on and did it anyway, and that's one of the ways I actually beat procrastination. So, from a building perspective now, because you got the mentality, like I said, that's very, very important. The mindset, identity, who you identify as, how do you identify with your company, the evaluation of your company. You have a $200 business or you have $1 million business. That part, how to reprogram yourself. I know I'm just going off the hip and give you guys some stuff, but I want to, again, this is important stuff because everybody want to know the how-tos. Like you want to know the how-tos, man. How do you do this? The math to that. That's people who know the how-tos and know the math, but don't know the whys and the actual philosophies and principles based on building. The math and the how-tos don't matter. those people die broke with less than $500 in the bank here in the United States of America. Okay. The people who get the understanding, the people who get the philosophies, the people who get that subconscious, empowerment, those are the people who go out there and run circles around those other people. Because the people who want the numbers, the people who want the how-tos, we'll give them to you. You still won't go do it. Right? Because it's something in you that's not allowing, it's disallowing it. Right? How many of y'all know somebody, show of hands or put a one in the chat or me in the chat? If you know somebody that's always about to do something, gonna do something, finsta do something, and haul off and do nothing, right? It's not because they trifling or sorry or lazy. It's some internal programming that that's got them jacked up from as far back as them being kids. You know what I'm saying? It's some stuff like I said. When you learn about people, guys, that's when you make your fortune. But the first person you gotta learn about is yourself. Some of y'all got some unpacking to do, right? Some of y'all got to go find you a nice little dark closet, go sit in it, and start talking to yourself. Start asking yourself the right questions before you go in the closet. Know your questions though, right? But what's holding me back? What am I fearful of? Okay. What type of trauma am I holding on to? Because this is the thing, procrastination, most people don't know this, but procrastination is a coping mechanism. It's a comfort zone. That's why it is your disaster zone. That's your destructive zone. That's your broke zone. Right? That's when you are think about, like I said, for somebody who's getting ready to go to the gym or get ready to go lift weights or get ready to go and make some phone calls for their business, and think about that moment right before you take the action to think about doing it. Well, as soon as you think about doing it, you want to grab your cell phone and say, "Oh, let me go ahead and play a little bit of Candy Crush for about 5 minutes, and then I'll get started." Or you grab your phone, oh, let me go ahead and jump on YouTube real quick and watch this, and then I get started. Well, let me go ahead and I got these likes over here. These people hit my post. Let me look at this stuff here, then I'll get started. You always find something that's non-threatening and something that's comfortable, right? That'll keep you from doing the stuff that makes you uncomfortable. Right? And so whatever that stressor is, you're going to find a way to negate it. You're going to find a way to self-sabotage. You're going to find a way, right? Yeah, to be comfortable, and you'll never find a way to do what needs to be done. In my brokest days, when I was going through bankruptcy, foreclosure, repossession, wife was 6 months pregnant, losing everything, including 2 companies, right? Had nothing. Took the last $400 out of the bank. Wife started a brand new job, hiding her pregnancy. As soon as she got the job, we went got a payday loan to go get the $1,400 to get started in that company I told you about. That $1,400 felt like $1 million to me. We didn't even have it. And y'all know payday loans are loan shark people. They don't just want their money. They take a lot of yours on top of it. We got them out of our hair right away because I went to work right away. So figure out, again, what's stopping you, because a lot of y'all should be a lot further than, where you're actually at right now today. And a lot of y'all thought you would be, you went from presentation, I'm about to blow this up, to doing nothing, to telling lies, telling your senior partner, man, I'm about to put 10, 15, 20 people in here. Man, I'm about to blow this thing up. Man, I'm about to go build a 500. Man, I'm about to, nah. And by the way, for me, I'm not that guy. Don't tell me any of that. Just go do it. Because I listen with my eyes. I don't listen. And when you lie to me when you lie to me and I see your lies, I believe in you. I just don't believe you. You know what I'm saying? So just go do it. Right? Just go do it. And when we see you do it, guess what we do? Throw gasoline on it. Yeah, we pick you up, run with you. Start doing calls for you. Show up in your markets, doing presentations and events for you. Yeah, we just want to see, who's gotten over themselves. We just want to see who's overcome the bully in them. Yeah, we just want to see who's unpacked all the toxic stuff they're going through, who went from victim mode to empowerment mode. Yeah, we're looking for those people, right? Because those are people you build around. Everybody else is a distraction. Since we're talking about building, we talk about the 2020 plan, right? First 30 to 45 days, you put 12 people in, 6 on the left, 6 on the right, right? Out of those 12 people, this is what's going to happen. You're going to have 8 to 9 of them are going to be distractions. You're only going to have about 3 to 4 who are going to build it. If you are plugged into the system, you're on all the calls, you're at all the events that you actually go to, you will have 3 to 4 people in your group that will have enough character to not let you go at it alone. Those people are going to do exactly what they're supposed to do. Those other 8 to 9 are going to complain about everything, and it's not that what they complain about ain't important. It's just not that important. Okay. Because when they see the other 8 to 9 see that you're now not distracted, you're not answering their phone calls, and you're working with the 3 to 4, and those 3 to 4 become builder 500s right away. They go get their 4 not paying no more, right? They bringing deals to the table, right? What ends up happening is they stop complaining because they realize, man, they got the same opportunity and the same stuff I'm going through. They going through too, but they just not letting it distract them. Okay. Sometimes the best thing said is left unsaid. Just don't say anything at all, and just show people that you're running with the runners. And I'll work with you. I'll talk to you. I'll answer questions for you if you're running. If you're sitting still, they got a system for that. Call the company. I'm not customer service. I'm a businessman. I'm an entrepreneur. My time is worth way more than that. Hey, I don't avoid the people I sponsor. When it comes to, again, if it's something that needs to be addressed, I'll address it, but in due time, not yours. Because a lot of things you have people, again, it's a coping mechanism. Them, coming up with a challenge. As soon as you put that fire out and satisfy that challenge for them, they're gonna come up with another one. Because it's not the fire, it's not the challenge, it's the procrastination. It's them wanting to not do the work. They like to do the work. They just, when it comes time to it, it's just going to be a trigger that prevents them from doing the work, and they're going to use those things as excuses. Okay? And so you're going to have to recondition some people. Remember, when you hear people who talk about sales being the number one paying occupation in the world, that's a person that doesn't understand money. Sales is not the number one highest paid profession in the world. It's not. It's never been. It's always been leadership. It's always going to be leadership. 100% of the time. There's not one person on this call that makes more money than somebody who has 100 of you. Not one of you. Not one of you made more money last time I checked than John Paul Getty, who said, I'll take 1% of 100 people's effort than over 100% of my own. Tell me when that becomes a non-factor, and then we can have a conversation. So I don't focus on sales. Right? I focus on leadership. I focus on getting people to make buying decisions, and their buying decision is not on a product or service, it's buying position on me. They're buying stock in me. They're investing that $200. Bro, you know what type of investment, what type of return on your $200 investment you're gonna get on me? You scared to put 199 on me? Oh man, you're not ready for me, bro. You're not ready for money. Nah, we don't have a problem. You have a problem. And so you obviously don't know who you're dealing with. So, but that's how you all have to. If a person won't think about it, you gotta take it personal. If a person won't bet $200 on you, you'll go to Vegas and stick $200 in a slot machine, but you won't bet $200 on me. Oh yeah. Now I'm gonna pray for you. Yeah, yeah. You don't need opportunity. You need intervention. I'm sorry. So building again. That's build up yourself, right? Because the person who you want to come into your group or they are attracted to a certain type of person. Okay. And when you become a certain type of person, you will attract those people. So that's what it's all about. It's not about who talked to them first. They're making business decisions. If I talk to them one day and they don't like my style, they don't like what they heard about me, they don't like the press on me, or I don't make enough money, to entice them to get started, and they turn around and they jump on the line with Ty, and Ty's making 6 times the amount more money than me. Ty's group is 6 times as bigger than mine, and all the pub is going Ty way. Why would they join me? Because I talked to them first. That's a network marketing mindset. That's a broke mindset. It's not about who talked to them first. It's about the person who they feel like they want to go in business with. But again, remember, So some of you, they're not going into business with you because it's just $200. They're joining you. You think this is a Costco membership. That's what you think this is. Ain't nobody joining me. They're going into business with me. This is a business relationship. I do business things. I have business conversations. I do business with business people. I don't do business with network marketers. Network marketers are hobbyists. Hobbies cost you money. They don't make you money. Okay. So at the end of the day, right now, more than anything, especially while we're in this season that we're in this company, you got to get your mind right. You got to get your heart right. I'm just telling you, get rid of the run. Because at some point in time, in 6 months, because 6 months is going to pass anyway, when we end up at the convention, wherever the convention is going to be, and you're going to look back with regrets, or you're going to look back with, appreciation for the work that you did. One of the two. Ain't going to be no in between. One's going to be extremely disgusting, and one's going to be extremely rewarding. And I'm gonna just tell you, one will pay you greatly, and the other one won't. The other one will probably blow you out of the business if you're a weak-minded individual. When you see, let's say Ty see, John just blow right by him, boom, leave him standing still, and by the time we get to convention, Ty is at builder 500 and John is at builder 8,000, and they start at the same time. Y'all in the same class. Y'all start at the same time. Ty might not be able to, if his mental makeup and his emotional makeup ain't there, he might not be strong enough to stay in this company because now he's been exposed. See, this is the psychology of it all, guys. See, you know why people make money off you? Because they know you better than you do. You know what these people are doing. They can still get money out of you, and you know what they're doing to you. They study you. They pay for studies on you. Right? People spend, like every time you click up on something you want it so bad, you give them access to all your information. They collecting data on you. But you won't collect that on you. You won't sit down and take a self-inventory. You won't sit down and reflect, on what you do and why you do it. You won't get to know yourself, so you can never ever grow yourself. And you'll never ever grow yourself. A person who doesn't do any reflection, who doesn't do any growth, and where people can recognize it, and you get to the point to where you need to be to recruit a Jabari, somebody who's coming from a company who can do 15, 20 deals a month, Arizon, somebody who can do 15 to 30, 20, 30 deals a month, somebody who's just really out here grinding, somebody who's got, Tim, or Rod, people who've been in other companies who know what's going on and who do super Saturdays all the time. You can't attract those people if you just sitting here in beg mode and victim mode, and I refuse to grow mode because everything ain't perfect for me. It's I'm not a leader. I'm a salesperson mode. You're not gonna be able to bring the people on board, right? That you need to. If you have $100,000 a month goal, you need to have some $100,000 a month thinking people, in your group, and that you can't bring on $100,000 a month thinking people, with $10,000 a month thoughts. If you have a goal, let me explain something to you. If you have a goal, to make, let's just say $10,000 a month, $100,000 a year, but you want people who, want 100. Like I said, if you got a $10,000 a month goal, you want to recruit, say a JC Rangel who can make $100,000 a month. He'll never join you. Your thought processes are too small. Your thought process, this may scare some of you, and it should, and I hope it does, because it scared the hell out of me when I heard it. When I had $100,000 a year, when I had $100,000 a month goal, my leader told me, he said, the person that you're trying to recruit, he's talking to me about making $1 million a month. You're talking to me about making $100,000 a month. Y'all not congruent. He can never look to you for advice because you think too small. You think smaller than he does. Your goal has to be bigger than his goal. Okay? Your goal has to be way bigger than his goal, because it has to be big enough not just to include his goal, but it has to be big enough for you to include everybody's goal that's in your group. That's how big your thought process has to be. Because if you're only thinking for $100,000 a month, but you got people who are thinking for 50 over here, 20 over here, $10,000 a month over here, $100,000 a month over there, man, I'm just telling you, you're not going to be able to lead. They're going to be coming to me looking for guidance if they join you. And I need you to think bigger, faster. That's the only regret that I had in a couple of my other companies in the past before I figured it all out. When people ask me, if you can go back and you can actually do this thing all over again, what would you do different? It's one thing. I would think bigger, faster. Think a lot more expansive, a lot more bigger. It would be huge thought processes, so much that it made me uncomfortable. And make me uncomfortable to make you uncomfortable too. Matter of fact, my dreams be so big that you think I'm lying to myself. You think I'm crazy. You think I'm just trying to be facetious or something. No, that's how I have to think that big, and it's got to make me uncomfortable because it's got to stretch me. You got people afraid to grow. You can't grow an organization if you can't grow yourself, right? So don't matter if it's solar, don't matter if it's water, don't matter if it's subscriptions. Growth is required. Period. Personal development is required. Period. Literally, I'm still learning stuff on solar on a regular basis. I hadn't did any solar mentorship deals and none of that stuff like that, right there. I brought people to the table for solar, but I'm learning solar so I can attract people who want solar. I'm learning solar so I can actually talk about solar and market solar. I'm learning solar so at some point in time, if I do want to become a mentor of solar, I can have that option. But I'm learning solar with a business mindset. Right. So Rod, tell me, man, where I'm at. I think I'm over time, bro.
Oh, you got 2 hours left.
But
That's what I'm talking about.
Lies. Hey, man, look. Okay.
Take your time.
So I'll give me. This is what we'll do. This is what we do because this is very, very important because a lot of times you learn way more when somebody's asking questions as well. So I'll open up for a little bit of Q&A, and I know some of you monitors in the chat. If you have a question, Rod or John or Jabari, y'all can just read the questions out to me. But from a building perspective or a personal development perspective or a life perspective, whatever it is. If you have a question for me, I'm open for asking questions because I want to make sure I don't talk at y'all. I want to make sure y'all get something a nugget out of here that's specific to you as well.
Absolutely. We man, I'm blown away. Who's got some questions for VP Sam Bean so he could take it all the way out of the park, bring it home for you? What's a building question you might have? Anybody? Drop it in the chat or unmute. We want to hear your question.
Thank you for dropping the gems when you're talking about being more attractive and making sure that your mindset is attracting the people you want to attract. What are some of the best things when you're face to face with them, like questions maybe that you'll start with to make sure that you're vibing on the right track, if that makes sense?
Yeah. And so when it comes to I use the form technique, first of all, and some of you guys are familiar with the form technique. And, for me, it's about being conversational. It's really about getting a person to start to talk because people don't get a willing audience a lot. People want you to be their audience. They want you to hear what they say because everybody's favorite radio station is WIIFM. What's in it for me? Right. And so they're always tuned in to their favorite radio station. So if they're always tuned into it and that's what makes them comfortable, that's what you should tune into. So the person who asks, the best questions, like you said, what questions, because you do get, you get as far in life as the quality of questions that you ask will take you. And it's not just questions that you ask other people, it's also the question you ask yourself too. But when it comes to, the environment, I'm always going through the form technique, building up rapport, and then I'll start asking questions like, what type of projects you got working on right now? It's new year, like especially right now, it's new year, 2025. What went well for you last year? Okay. Um, if you had anything to change about what you did last year, what would it be? Okay. What do you got on the horizon right now that's exciting that you're looking forward to working on? What projects you got on the horizon that looking forward to working on? And so you're asking questions about them, their interests, what they do. You're showing interest in what they do, right? And so You know, as a matter of fact, you know, I'm also one of those people that if I'm looking to do business with somebody, I want to know what they're doing so I can offer up some referrals from time to time because you got to earn the right to do business with people. Okay, so other questions, like I said, if they've seen anything as far as like any of your presentations or anything like that, first question is always, for most people, what did you like best about what you saw? I asked the person, what did you see that intrigued you the most? Okay. Did you see anything here today that you feel like can add value to what you're doing already? Okay. Just real good, solid questions based on how I can be of service questions. Okay. Questions, basically, did you see the correlation or did you see the congruency questions type question? You see how, with you working with me, you don't have to actually do a lot of the hard labor. That's what I do. That's what I'm here. I'm the muscle. Okay. And so you're just the person who's now taking the brand that you made your first million on, and you're going to allow your brand to make your second million with our systems and with me. You see how that works? And so that's a question, a confirmation question, a validation question. So it's just, again, the person who's asking the questions is always in control.
That's powerful. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And by the way, guys, anytime you get a chance to speak, regardless to what platform it is, even if it's just in a situation like this, speak. Right? Get better at speaking. Get better at asking questions. Get better at retorting. Get better at offering up suggestions and stuff like that. Anytime you get a chance to speak. Get better at it. The quiet people don't. I mean, it's they get no practice. All right.
Mr. Payne, Tim Neal here.
Sure.
How you doing, sir?
Hey Tim, what's going on, bro?
Good. Hey, I tell you what, took a page of note or pages of notes. It's fire. It's good stuff. And I just want to ask the question. So when you identify a top leader and maybe in another industry, maybe similar type company, and it's opportunity kind of like we have kind of structure or things like that, and you can see that top leader because they put themselves out there on Facebook, LinkedIn, or different things like that. When you see that top leader and you decide you want to kind of bring them over, what's kind of your approach that you go to them? Is it a tool? Is it just conversation? What's kind of your approach when you're just trying to get them to at least take a look at the opportunity? May not be for them, but what would your approach be?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna give them a Sam Bean experience. Okay. And so for me, it's like, you give them the John Durham experience. You give them the Rod OB experience. Whatever you give. What happens is, don't come off as thirsty. You know what I'm saying? Don't come off as hunting, like you hunting, like you got your spear already, you got your gun already, you ready to bag you a big one. And so that's when you go. For me, I go into conversations with no agenda. And I let them know I have zero agenda here. I'm just trying to connect with people who are doing big things, in their respective companies. And I also give some kudos to what they're doing, and I even give find something solid to say about the companies that they're in. I have a guy who he's about to come on from one of our competitors, and I asked him. I asked him about his group and come to find, because I ask questions about people, because you have people who will build themselves all the way up, and I mean, talking about to the point where they feel like they got you thinking that they rolling in the dough and they got one of the biggest teams in the company, right? And inflated self-worth and value. So based on the edification that the person gave him to me, we communicated, and you can tell she said he turned up when you got on the phone because I guess he felt like he was intimidated or something like that, and that's fine. But when he got on the phone, I brought it back down to earth. I let him know, hey man, I heard some great things about you. Look forward to this conversation, and heard some great things about your company as well. You guys over at tearing the solar game up, even though they wasn't. They in the past they were, but now they're not. And so, I heard you guys are doing some big things over there. You're one of the bigger companies that's out here in the industry. So, congratulations for your choices. And so, but let me ask you a question. Outside of selling solar, what other ways do you have of making money? Is that your only way to make money in the company? Yeah. Okay. So if you don't sell a solar deal, you don't make any money. No residual income? No residual income. Okay. So no fallback if a person doesn't buy a solar panel, or if they buy a solar panel, you don't have anything else? No. Okay. All right. Well, and then so I started asking other questions, about his team. So I know you got a team. There's something you're a lead over there. So are you recruiting builders or are you recruiting solar people? I have about six solar salespeople. So okay, that's fantastic. I know a lot of people that have none. 99% of people I walk on the face of the earth have none. So you're already heads and tails above the rest. So congratulations on that part of your business. And so I'm asking other questions about him, his company, his group, biggest months he's ever had, that type of stuff. And I gave him Jabari's story. I said, yeah, I mean, like I said, you did 17 deals in 2 months, and you made, I think it was like about 75 grand. So got a guy over here out of Atlanta, Jabari, did 28 deals in a month, and as a mentor, and solid six figures, just like that. And we hadn't even been in business for 3 months at that time. So yeah, it's always, and then the stories, I'm always giving them a story. And if I give a story about somebody else outside of myself, I prefer that story. But I'm having, like I said, these are conversations. If I'm talking, I'm like having a three-way lifeline with somebody who's in the industry. That's what I'm talking about. But if it's somebody who's brand new, I'm just building a relationship with, that's what I'm doing. Like I said, I'm Sam Bean. Nice to meet you. Let's connect. Okay. Tell me a little bit about what y'all got going on over there. Tell me about how I can refer people to you if that's the case. So if they're in the same industry, like I said, I just want to celebrate you and let me know when you got wins so I can celebrate you. And I'll let you know when I have wins and vice versa. And so if we're in the same city, let's go grab a bite to eat. Yeah, have lunch one day on me, right? If you're in another country, another state, whatever, another city, another state. Hey, well, you know what? We got business. We do business in 38 states. So at some point in time, I just may be in yours. And if I'm in your city, man, let's connect. And so I'm not needy. I'm always in a mode of, you know what I do, and you know how I behave, you know how I move, and every time I have a conversation with you, yeah, it's a professional business conversation. Okay, and so when you think about making a move, because you know me, you know my company, and you can't help but see everything we do in social media, so you're gonna follow me, right? And that's when you start following me, that's when the problems start. You know what I'm saying? That's when now, because remember, the person who makes the first move or says the first person to respond is the one that loses. So for me, I'm just baiting you. I'm just leading you up. I'm just leading you into it, leading you into it, leading you. I'm just feeding you more, feeding you more, feeding you more. And so like when I put this VP of sales video out there, in just a second, they already put it on Instagram, but when I put it on Facebook, another 150 people gonna congratulate me. And so, and guess what? It's gonna be a few brand new people who just started following me, who I just befriended, and I just like I got about 6 or 7 people I got to reach out to before I even post that post, just to make sure that they fresh on my timeline and make sure they fresh getting things that pop up on time. So when I put it up there, they get it fresh, and I hit highlight and they get to everybody. Yeah, Sam Bean just mentioned you. Yeah, and then you click on VP. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's kind of, yeah, very intentional, Iggy. Very intentional. Like I said, I don't do nothing off purpose. When I came to this company, I had a vision. Matter of fact, um, when I called my wife, I told my wife, I said, yeah, I found it. We was at when we did the big event, me and Jabari, the first event, the pre-launch in California, and we went to dinner I think it was Monday night it was, and I called my wife. I told her, I said, yeah, this it right here. This the one. These good people here. I said, and this there's a space in here that I can move, and and I can make some things happen. I said, yeah, it's come out of retirement time here. Yeah, it's come out. It's come out of retirement time here. So, but that's kind of how Tim. What I do, I'm very intentional. I build relationships. I give them the Sam Bean experience, bro. I don't. I ask for ways to help them out. I give people advice from time, or I give them some feedback of what they got going on. If I can add value to what they do right now, I add value to what they do. Like I have a friend of mine, Joe Humphreys, who's at a company well, it's a competing company. Starts with an A, but You know, we sitting down. I sent him a message and said, "Hey, man, let's just catch up, man. We hadn't talked all year since we got off the boat, and matter of fact, when I brought him on the boat, I didn't talk to him about solar. We were both in solar companies, but I invited him and his wife out to the boat. We took pictures, had a good time, had some drinks, and we went on about our life. And then I said, "Hey, man, it's the new year, and we need to catch up, get a bite to eat, celebrate each other. I know you're doing great in solar. I'm doing great in solar and business. Let's have a great have a bite to eat. Brand new beginning of the year. Come to find out, we sitting down. He said, "Yeah, I kind of backed away from the company a little bit," and he said, "You know, but I'm open." He said, "Because I was thinking about doing something totally different, but I'm open. I still got my membership over here, but I'm open, right?" Now you signed up. You ain't open. You out of there. I got you. You know what I'm saying? The ink just ain't dry yet, but I got you. It's a wrap because I didn't beg you. I didn't try to use up my friend card on you. I didn't try to force you. You know, I just let you see me do me live and in living color on social media. Since y'all want to spend all your time on social media, I know that's where to find you. I'm gonna send some stuff over there for you. And so by the time we sit down and have a bite to eat or have a good conversation, you're already in. So keep watching me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Thank you, Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean,
Man,
No
that's
problem,
fire.
sir.
That's
quick
fire.
question for somebody that's looking to build. What should be that daily schedule? What's the activities that you're doing? You know, for somebody that's looking to build a big organization, what does that look like?
Yeah. And that for a big organization, basically you quantify that by reverse engineering. And so find out what your ultimate goal is, you know, and then you work backwards. But you know, when I look at daily goals, you definitely want to make sure that you have a lot of you know, contact time. You know, you want to contact people on a regular basis. When I say contact, I'm talking about prospecting, reconnecting, follow up, follow through. You know, a lot of that time, you know, again, it's basically again just if I'm calling you, I'm calling 20 other people at the same time. I got that time blocked out. This is my call time, blocked out. This is my follow-up time, separate, blocked out. Right? This is again, these are very, very important. So this is my presentation time, blocked out. Okay. And so if you're looking at building a big organization, somebody in your organization should be doing a presentation just about every day. If you have nobody in your presentation, that means that you should be doing a presentation just about every day. If you want to build we're talking about six-figure monthly type of, you know, situation, or a five-figure monthly, if you just want to go ahead and do it right now and get it out the way for the next, you know, 3 to 6 to 12 months, and you're doing a presentation every day, 5 days a week. Okay. You know, 5 out of the 6 or 7 days a week, rather, or you're doing 4 to 6 presentations a week, right? On Zoom or in person, whatever. And you just want to do that for 6 to 12 months. And because you want to get the multiple five figures a month, do that, you know, but that activity is always going to be based on the goal. Right. That's one. Two, you got to make sure you evaluate the results. So you want to find your ratio. We talked about this a little bit earlier in my other event. When it comes to your ratio, you need to figure out how many presentations. First of all, you need to figure out how many people you need to talk to get them to get to an event. Okay. So out of 10 people, every 10 people you talk, how many you get them come to a Zoom? 1, 2, 3, right? 4, whatever it is. When you make them phone calls, you know who you made, you're on your CRM, you're on your list, you're doing your follow-up, stuff like that. Okay, so I made 10 phone calls, I got 2 people to show up. Okay. 2 out of 10 ain't bad. So that means that now, in order for me to get 10 people on here, I got to make 100 phone calls. You know, I got to make 50 phone calls. Fine. Okay. If I get that, I get the 10 people to the event. Now, when I get the 10 people to the event, how many people gonna sign up? Right? So out of 10, if 2 out of 10 or 3 out of 10, let's say 3 out of 10 sign up. If not that day, one day, but 3 out of 10 sign up, you're batting 30%. You're batting 20 on the invite, you're batting 30 on the sign up, right? And so you know your numbers. Now, remember, this is why you should also get your month at a glance calendar, because that month at a glance calendar is your calculator. That month at a glance calendar, when you see those circles on your calendar every day, if you go back to the mentorship factory training that I did, I talked about the circles on the calendar. So on those month at a glance counters, you open them up from day 1 all the way to day 30, you see a little box. In that box, you put a little circle. And there you go. In that circle, what you're gonna do is you want to make sure you put how many guests showed up, how many people signed up. And so you start to see, every week what your numbers are. You can start to calculate every week what your numbers are. So by the end of the month, you see what your numbers are next month. You can see what to expect if you did the exact same, work ethic, had the same exact work ethic, you get the same exact production. Okay, so now it tells you need to turn up the volume with the activity, and it also tells you that you need to turn up the volume when it comes to developing your skill set. Y'all think about this for a second. Rod, how long you been here?
About a month and a half.
About a month and a half. And a month and a half, you see me do maybe 4 presentations.
Yes, sir.
All right. My presentation is never the same, is it? It's always different, a little bit different. It's always something a little bit different, right?
Yes, sir.
'Cause I'm always evolving my presentation. My conversation, and JC said, man, I need you to do a presentation. I was like, Brand, I don't know nothing about no solar. You want me to present about solar? All right, bro, I'll do it. I can point and read. It's all good. So I started pointing and read because it's no biggie. You just pointing and reading, right? And so, but while I'm pointing and reading, I'm over here also researching because I know what's on the slides, but I also need to know what the people need to hear. I'm listening to Jabari, I'm listening to Idris, I'm listening to JC, I'm listening to all these solar people, I'm listening to Matt, I'm listening to Chris McHenry, I'm listening to all these hunters, right? All these killers over here on solar. And so I'm listening now, I'm adding stuff that they're saying to my presentation. I'm adding the understanding, most importantly. Now I can communicate, from a consumer mindset or from a builders or mentors mindset. Okay. But those presentations are always evolving. My information is always evolving. Like Rod, you was at the event. You heard Danny say on stage, they're already paying for solar. When he said that, it was a wrap at that point in time. That Tuesday I got back, that was in my presentation. Was it or was it not?
Yes, sir.
It was in my presentation that Tuesday. I didn't wait. I put stuff, I add stuff to my presentation is always evolving. My conversation is always evolving. So when a person is talking to me, I have to tell them I'm not a solar pro at some point in time because I brought my conversation along, so well that they get to start talking high end stuff. No, man, hold on. I'm gonna need you to talk to somebody else. I'm not that guy. I'm a builder. I'm not a solar guy. Give me a minute. So hold on, I'll be right back. You know what I'm saying? So let me stop. It's like me learning Spanish. Like I've been learning Spanish, and if you give me a chance to think about what I say, process the information I speak first, I'm gonna have to tell you, hey, look, I don't speak Spanish. I'm just playing. You know me because I've learned enough to be dangerous from the start, the first 2 or 3 sentences, but then after that, okay. Tranquilo, papi. Hey, espero un momento. Hey, I'll be back. I got somebody for you. Hold on. So, but you got to continue to build on this thing, man, every day. Like I've literally, ever since y'all seen me say subs, you know what I'm saying, at the very first, the launch event, when we had that September event, and I'm like, nobody here really knows what they have their hands on. This is a gold mine, like really a gold mine. And I'm gonna just say, if I was a different person, um, if I was just like a person who really didn't care about anybody but myself and my group, I would have never came to the stage and told y'all that. You have people in companies like that. You have people in this company like that, right? So, because people are people, human beings are human beings. You're gonna find them everywhere you go. You're gonna find good and bad, like you got them in your family. Good and bad human beings. It's just what it is. But imagine if I don't say anything about subs at this point, and I just keep it to myself. We're a solar company that have water, right? We 100% solar, and by the way, we got water and we got security, but that would be the premise of where we're at. And so, but that evolution and the people opening up their eyes and that conversation continuing to grow, when it comes to subscriptions, I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm gonna give y'all a little secret that most of the people ain't ready for. Smart Money is going to be the biggest subscription-based builder that y'all have on this platform. Yeah, you'll make more money per sale in solar and water, stuff like that, but you won't do half as much damage as you will, when it comes to smart money. Let me share with you why. Like I said, the average age on this call, I'm looking at the average age on this call right now is about 59. No, I'm just kidding. The average age on this call right now is about 40 years old, right? And so the people who are on this call, your friends are 40 years old and 45 years old and 50 years old. So if your friends are 45 and 50 years old and they've been through life right now, they realize something very, very, very important, that they don't have it together economically and financially. They don't. The masses don't have it together economically and financially, and they'd rather talk about money than they'd rather talk about water, than they'd rather talk about solar, than they would talk, like they'll talk about security, stuff like that. But yeah, the money is what they need. The money is what they're more interested in, and it's easier for them to get to it because it's only $200 and they don't have to buy a system on financing or anything like that. I'm telling y'all better pay attention to the words of Chris Tucker. Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? I'm telling you, Smart Money Club is going to help me get my subscriptions to $250,000 a month in income real fast. As soon as they've already started doing the presentations and stuff like that. As soon as they get this thing rocking, they start filling everything out, and they let this thing go. They turn the lights on that thing. It's going to be a problem. It is going to be a really big problem, which means that we're in a really good place because we have a lot of great stuff to offer, the people all around the world. But man, if you really think about this thing again, you're thinking based on quantity decisions that other people are making for you. The hype around solar, the presentation is so solar based that you can't help but consume your thoughts with solar. Water is there. I have a water machine that I bought from the company. I have solar panels that I bought from the company, right? I got Ripple is on the way to my house as we speak, right? But I'm putting all my eggs, like I'm not talking about like that basket, that subscription basket. That's gonna watch. Watch. Y'all better. I'm gonna tell you the first thing y'all all need to do, 100% of y'all. If you haven't done it already, if you haven't sat down with is it Carlos Grande already? Me and my wife we have an appointment for him already. But if you have, regardless of where you're at financially, regardless of where you're at financially, you should actually go sit down with him. One, so you know what the company offers. Two, so you can get a different perspective on where you're at. You might find out something that might add a little bit of financial nugget to what you got going on already. But you need to know what the experience is that we're offering people. And don't let people use the fact when I'm in debt right now. I don't have any extra money coming in and I'm hemorrhaging in my finances right now. That's fine. Go sit down and talk to the man. As the people who felt like that they walked out of there paying like they walked out of there investing $50 a month. Some invested nothing, but at the end of the day, they got the experience and went and sold someone on some stuff. Yeah. And so everybody, guys, we talk about being a product of the product, that's important, but this is nothing. A consultation is free. Don't do that with your business. Make sure you go and sit down with Carlos Grande, make an appointment for Carlos Grande right away, and tell your team to do the same exact thing and figure out who does it or not. Because this is also, I'm gonna tell you, Jabari, pay attention to who does it or not. Because remember, this is the thing about mentorship, guys. And I'll open up for another question. Then I'll also turn it back over to the people who are running the panel because I don't want to take up anybody else's time. This is not my platform. This is not my event. But there's no shortage of mentors, guys. There's only a shortage of people who understand the value of what a mentor brings to the table. That's why mentors don't give their time away. That's why they charge you, so you understand how valuable their time really is. So you have a person who has made millions of dollars in 3 different industries, okay? And they're giving you some free advice about a free service and a free opportunity for you to build your business on a high level. You should take it. So Jabari, what you do is you pay attention who says, hey, look, I got my appointment already. My appointment is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever it is with Carlos. And then if they're your leaders, find out how many of them, have people in their group that have appointments as well. Okay. That'll show you where your 20%ers are. It'll show you where your 80%ers are. The 80%ers won't do it. and they'll make up a reason why. That's fine. You just need to identify them. You'll still love them, but you just need to identify who you're working with based on. I identify people who takes instructions or not, by people who apply what I teach or not, and that's how I disseminate who gets my time the next time or not. Okay. I didn't ask you if you needed the service. I just suggest that you go and sit down for a consultation, right? And so that's the thing that I want to share with you guys right now. Pay attention as they build out their smart money program. That's going to make you a ton of money over time because people are hurting. Like I said on the presentation last Tuesday that I did, how many people you feel like that's in California right now that lost a house and a job the same night, woke up with no business, no company that they work for because it burned down, no house that they live in. How many of those people do you believe wish they had 10, 15, 20, $30,000 a month coming in residual income right now? Okay. So there's a huge need for financial education out there. There's a huge need for access to people who need financial empowerment and get their life back on the right track financially. And so Winston Navarro, the CEO of your company, that's his baby. That's his focus. So it's just like I focus on what Warren Buffett focuses on. I also focus on what Mr. Navarro focuses on because I know that's where his money, his time, his resources, the energies are going to go. It's not about me. None of these ideas mine, but this money going to be. So take that how you want to take it. But I take advice from people I trade places with. Sorry. That's just it is. If they give me ethical, sound advice, when I don't have to cheat anybody out of anything and manipulate anybody into doing anything, that's good sound advice. Okay. So Jabari, Rod, y'all where we go from here? Where do we go from here?
Wow, powerful. Any last questions from Mr. Bean?
It's a question in the chat. It says, after you have prospected friends, family, social media, how do you find strangers to increase numbers?
Okay. So first of all, the process of, let's get through that part. So the first part, when I have people and I teach people how to prospect friends and family, I have a incremental process. Like, let's go talk to 5 people and come back and talk to me. Tell me how that conversation went. Tell me, what did you say to those 5 people? And then tell me, what did they say? Did they say they're gonna get on the call? Or did they say they're gonna get, they set an appointment? Did they give you a bill? Right? So you find out what they said, right? And tell them, don't embellish on nothing. Tell me the exact truth. What did you say exactly? What did they say exactly? Okay. Because what happens is this: when in network marketing, they tell you you're gonna make a list and then they turn you loose. And you go and destroy, it's like you go, through your list like a wildfire. You go and ruin every opportunity to ever come back and talk to that person again because you say everything wrong. Right? You get no coaching. And so send a person out. Well, first of all, I teach people how to have calling parties before they even make a phone call a lot of times. I make sure I go over the script with them before they even make a phone call, right? I prep them because if I don't prep them, their failure falls on me. Okay? That's why I said, let's start here first. Okay? And then once they go through that 5, they come back. We had that conversation. We get some coaching going. So, okay, well, great. Go do 10. Now that you got some coaching, now that you made some tweaks, go do 10. And once they do 10, we come back, have that conversation again, and we make our final tweaks or whatever, and then I turn them loose because at that point in time, they're good to go. Okay. Now, you do it that way, you'll never run out of people because you make far fewer mistakes and you have a lot more people coming in, getting started. And when they're coming in, getting started, now that time that you would use most of the time on making phone calls is now building people and you're making phone calls sparingly. Okay. But for somebody who's been all the way through their list, yeah, at that point in time, for me, I'm probably going, straight to social media right away, and I'm coming up with some scripts on how to get people on the phone right away, or how to get people, on an event, or how to have a conversation just to get people into conversation mode right away. I'm also looking at some other alternative, routes. So for me, this depends on what situation I'm in. If I got time, I'm taking the social media route. if I don't have time and it's a dire need or whatever, I'm probably gonna go knock on some doors or do something that's gonna make me extremely uncomfortable. I'm probably gonna go get a lead generating system or something like that for somebody who's doing it big and working it, who can help me out. Just whatever. It's just because there's so much out there, like the real estate stuff that we got going on with the company. You can buy real estate leads, or you can learn how to contact real estate companies and get the code. For me, the cold calling for professionals, that's probably going to be the easiest thing. And I just thought about that. That's probably going to be even before social media. While I'm using social media and I'm cultivating conversations and relationships on social media, and pulling some people who are ready to have a business conversation to a presentation. I'm starting to call these people who are roofers, electricians, plumbers, landscapers, realtors, insurance people, mortgage people. I'm calling all these people who are in the home solutions arena, in a home essentials arena. I'm calling them because they're easy to call. They have the same clients that I do. They all have roofs. If they all have roofs, they all have a need for more money. Like I said, they understand the referral fees that come with what they do, and so that's not a hard conversation. It's nothing hard about having a conversation with somebody about adding $3,000 per transaction to their bottom line, when they ain't got to do anything except for go back and call somebody they've already done business with. There's nothing hard. And again, when you come across people like that see that's hard, and you get a whole lot of rejection on that, it just means that you need to work on you. That's it, because you got people right now who are bringing on realtors like it's nobody's business. Like they're bringing on, builders. They're bringing on all these different people, professionals who actually have books of business roofers. They're bringing these people on, and because what we do makes sense. So the cool part about what we do, again, this is a thing that you never ever run out of money. Never ever run out of assets in. A person who runs out of assets in this industry is not in business. That person is I don't know what they're doing with their time. All right. So get better at communicating, get better at cold calling, get better at scripting, and start calling people who are in these offices that have, again, landscapers, painters, make ready people, remodelers, interior design people, home improvement people, anybody and everybody. Get on the phone with them folks and start having phone conversations, and be okay with being bad because remember, you have to go through the repetitions to reflect on what you could have said different, or what you shouldn't have said at all, or how you could have said it better. Get in there and go to work. Just go in there and make it happen. Go in there and have them phone calls, but have big posture, have big belief. Just believe in what you're saying, even if you don't know what you're saying. Believe that them doing business with you is the best move they could have made, and it'll change their life in 2025 if they partner with you, period. If that's all you say that they get, if that's all you say, even if you say it without saying it, make sure they get that part. Hopefully that answers your question.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Bean. Man, we appreciate you. Can we put some love in the chat for Mr. Bean? Thank you so much. Man, we got one more session after this, but I want to put up a slide right quick, Mr. Bean. We know you are on a world tour here, and we want to share this slide right quick here.
Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all welcome. Y'all welcome.
There you go, Mr. Bean.
There it is.
Words about that. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So guys, again, even if you're not in those cities, send people, because this is the thing, the system will work for you. Have them ask for me if they don't have anybody to ask for, and let them know that, hey, just tell them that Rod sent you, tell them that John sent you, tell them that Todd sent you, tell them that Ben sent you, whatever it is, whoever you are, send them to the event, and we will make sure that they get taken care of. All right. Ain't no stealing people around me. I catch people stealing people at these events, I'm kicking you out the company, period. I'll make sure we don't do that around here. We don't play like that. So your people, you don't have to worry about them, while they're at the event. You just got to worry about the fact that they get there. So 25th, we'll be in Denver, Colorado. February 1st, we'll be in Houston, and then February 8th, we'll be on Maryland in College Park area. So I look forward to serving you guys. And thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you. And it's been a pleasure. Yeah,
Thank you.
Good one.
Woo, thank you. Can y'all come off mute and show some love to Mr.
Thank
B?
you so
Absolutely
much.
amazing.
Thank you so much.
PP.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate
Have a good
you.
one, guys.
God
Thank you, sir.
bless.
Appreciate you.
I got
Bless Saturday.
chills.
Real fire, brother.
Got chills.
Happy birthday,
Got
Miss
chills
B.
too.
Let her know.
Extremely prolific.
That was awesome.
Thank you, thank you, thank
The
you.
best stuff I've ever heard in my life. I'm telling you what.
Wow. That was
Boy,
amazing.
tears to my eyes.
Yeah. That was
Be
amazing.
moderate.
was
You're
fire.
not worthy.
Woo, I know, but I'm telling you, I got to stand to my feet, stand.
Yes.
Salute.
That was
It's
excellent.
Rod,
Right.
isn't
Seriously,
you?
excellent.
Rod, you gotta change that
Live
number now.
blessings, man.
Been in a
You
lot of
preached.
organizations.
You preached.
That's the
I
best I've
need
heard.
another fire extinguisher. I need another one.
911.
Are
Say the fire department, David.
Somebody
Woo.
called
Amen,
911.
amen, amen, amen,
Good
amen.
stuff,
Yes.
sir.
All we need to do is have an offering now.
Right.
Mr. Bean,
church up
Mr.
in
Bean,
here.
I got a question for you in the chat. If ever you can answer, it don't have to be now.
Tony, are you ready, sir? Thank you, Mr. B. We're going to transition to Tony. Tony, you up, sir? You ready to?
I'm here.
So guys, we're going to do a quick, this is our last training for the day. Tony's going to talk about fast start, getting your first electric bills, fast start, what you need to do to get your business up and running quickly. So floor is yours, Tony. But just give us a couple of minutes, guys, about 20 minutes or so, and we'll let y'all go. But this is going to be a great class. We're going to wrap it up with this one.
Bring us home, Tony.
Right on. Yeah, so great job, Sam Bean. I know everyone's really excited, so that's great because when your excitement's at its highest, your fear is at its lowest, right? So what I'm going to tell you is basically what you're going to do right now so that your business can start, getting up and going. I can't see my slides. Can you pull up my slides, Rod?
Are you sharing, sir?
You want me to pull them up? I
Yeah,
can pull
go
them
ahead
up.
and share your screen.
Yeah, let me make you co-host. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't know. I thought we were pulling them up. A second here.
Okay.
Share. Oh, not yet.
There you go, Tony.
Good. All right, just a second here.
And Tony's amazing solar pro out of Northern California. I'm sorry we didn't edify you. We didn't reach your bio, Tony. But man, Tony's killing. He's one rock star in the solar industry. Has done helped hundreds of families go solar. And man, we're blessed to have you today, Tony. So floor is yours, sir. Thank you. And again, Tony's located in Northern California. He has two sons, father, 7-year-old and a 20-year-old. And again, like I say, he's one of the top solar pros and mentors here with the company. So man, we awesome. Look like it's still saying starting screen. Double click.
Yeah, I have it up. I just paused it for a second so I can pull this up real quick.
Oh, okay. Okay. And Kathy, think you had a couple of questions in the chat.
Yeah, I was actually scrolling through so I can try to answer any other questions before we get done. So that's what I'm doing right now, going through and making sure I answer everybody's questions.
Okay, awesome. As this recording will be made available later on today after it finishes processing, we'll make the recording available.
All right, I got it pulled up here and share it, and we should be good here. Can everyone see my screen? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So as you guys know, there's 4 freedoms really that BYLD provides us. That's the freedom of time, the freedom, financial freedom, the location freedom, being able to work remote, so you can do this pretty much anywhere, and inner freedom. Just that personal growth is going to happen as you build this thing out. And as Rod said, I got in the solar industry. This is my 5th year now. I've been full-time for 3 years. Started during COVID just to be able to get home. I have at the time, a 2-year-old. I was working a lot and I just wanted to be home with him. And I kind of saw the opportunity with virtual sales. and found the solar industry, and it's pretty much been a wrap ever since. I got in BYLD pretty much right when it started. Came over from a previous company. Jabari, put me on a call with JC. JC was my mentor in the previous company, so it just made a lot of sense. I jumped in. So what am I going now is just basically, what do you do? Like the basics, right? We know we're excited, we're in the business, and now it's like, well, how am I going to get some money, right? So if you guys have a pen and paper, grab it. So I talk fast, screenshot some of this stuff because it's going to be good stuff that you can go over later, including some scripts here. So the first thing you want to do is you're going to want to identify your why. Okay. And when I say identify your why, I don't mean just like, I want to make a bunch of money. It has to be way deeper than that. So if you say I want to make a bunch of money, well, how much is a bunch of money? It's $1 million. Okay. What do you want to, if you had $1 million right now, what would you do with it? I would do this. Well, how would that change your situation? And you really got to dig. So you got to ask the question kind of like 7 times, right? So you can really dig. And the goal is really, you got to get into the emotions, right? Because a lot of times it's something that you really, really want that you haven't been able to provide yet. And they say if your why doesn't make you cry, it's not big enough. So you really want to break this why down until it breaks you. Once you break, then you're on the right track. If you start getting teary-eyed and emotional, you're doing it right. So first, it has to be specific. Okay, it can't just be, like I said, it can't just be surface. You got to really dig deep and know exactly what that why is, and then you got to write it down and put it somewhere where you see it. You don't want to just. It has to be there where you can see it, and it has to be short term and long term, right? So it's kind of like, what do you want to do, long term with BYLD, but then what do you want to do the first year? And then what do you want to do the first month? And it really goes back to the first month, right? Because you finish how you start. So your first 30 days are the most important. And if you guys are wondering, well, I don't know what to do, trust me, you know everybody that you need to get this thing off the ground. It's going to start with your warm market, people you know, right? We always want to go off and try to talk to people we don't know because those people won't, it's kind of like scary. Oh, I want to do this thing. And then what if I don't, it doesn't work? Or what if somebody I know doesn't approve or whatever it is? And I'm just going to tell you right now, most of them won't. Most of them aren't going to jump in on this thing with you. So as soon as you tell somebody, what's going to happen is there's 2 things that are going to happen. Either A, they're going to become a player and they're going to get on the field, or 2, they're going to take a seat in the stands. Okay, because people watch. Once you tell them you're doing this, they're going to watch. And most of them aren't going to sit on your side of the field. They're going to sit on the other side of the field and they're going to root against you. So just get used to that. That's how it's going to go down. All right. Now, next is, what are you going to give up? Right now, you don't have any more room. Right now, your cup is full. So you need to empty out your cup so that God can pour more into it. And how you do that? Well, you're going to have to pour some water out. So you're going to have to give up some stuff. So you got to determine, like, what is that stuff that you need to give up? And it's not, it could be something. Usually it's something it's not benefiting your business. So give up something, maybe a few things. And then once you realize what you're going to give up, it's the same thing. You got to be specific. What is it exactly? Dig a little deep on it and then write it down. Same thing, just like your goal. And then give yourself an 18-month commitment, right? So we're not just going to try this out. This is what we're doing, and we're not going to stop until at least 18 months. We're going to go all in. And I think most people, if they do that at the end of the 18 months, they're going to have, a lot of growth, and their business is definitely going to be somewhere where they're not going to quit at that point. Number 3 is make your list. What's your list? Your list is 100 names and numbers, and inside your phone isn't going to work. So you're going to have to write them down on a piece of paper, and you're not going to prejudge anyone. Okay. So you don't really know who's going to do this, who's not, who might want to be a customer, who might know somebody that might want to be a customer. So just prejudge, nobody, but just expect that most people probably aren't going to be all excited as you are. Okay. And that's okay. It's fine. You're just kind of sorting through it, but you want to be excited and you want to be confident when you approach these people. You don't want to ask them for permission. Hey, I don't know, I'm doing this thing. Maybe you might want to deal with me. No, that's not what we're doing. Okay. So we're writing down 200 people, and you also want to let them know, like, you're in the solar industry. This is what you're doing. It doesn't matter if they want to join you or not, but you have to be, firm that this is what you're doing. And that way, if somebody ever talks about solar, they can at least keep you in mind to refer you. And you want to do that as soon as possible, like today, right? While you're excited and everyone's all fired up, let's take some action and let's get some results and let's make some money. Okay. Because excitement is a lot like milk. It expires pretty quick. Okay. So we're going to be excited probably in a couple of days, you're not going to be that excited anymore. So what are you going to give up? Again, specific written down 18-month commitment. You're going to have 2 types of lists. you're gonna have your homeowner list. These are people that you know that own a home. So write down 10, 20 people that you know from your phone that you know are homeowners. And then those are the ones you can approach to be customers. And then you're gonna write a list of pretty much everybody else, as many people as you know, because we're not prejudging people that want to be your partners. Okay, and these are just basically anybody. And the method is, you know, the KISS method, right? Keep it super simple. And the reason we're going to do that is because we just want to pique their interest. We're not selling them anything. We're just, you know, selling the idea of looking at something. That's it, right? We just want to get the bill and say, hey, you know, we're going to show you this solar savings report. You know, most people, you know, don't really qualify, and it might not even be a good fit for you. But if I can, you know, show you a savings report, maybe it makes sense, maybe it doesn't. You know, we'd be open to that. And then you're going to tag a mentor. Okay, so in the beginning, you don't know much, right? Like you're way down here, but your excitement's way up here. So it's kind of hard sometimes to keep it simple because you're so excited. You just want to, you know, try to give it to them with a fire hose, but that's really the last thing you want to try to do. You know, once you get on the call with your mentor, not only are they going to learn a lot about solar, but you're going to learn as well because you're going to be on that call. And that's when you're going to see how this all works. So everybody, you know, on this call, you really fall into one of three categories. You either join BYLD just to supplement your income and make some extra income, you know, around what you're currently doing. You got into BYLD to replace your income so you could, you know, kind of leave and walk away from your job, you know, which was kind of my initial, you know, reason why I got into the solar industry. But that's obviously changed. Now I'm looking for, you know, all out financial freedom, right? So I joined BYLD not to sell solar. I joined BYLD so that I don't have to sell solar anymore. Does that make sense? So that's the financial freedom side. What I want you to do right now is I want you to text your sponsor or your mentor right now, and I want you to tell them which one are you. Are you a 1, a 2, or a 3? And the reason why is because they need to kind of know what your goals are. Okay, so a goal for me as a mentor isn't, financial freedom for everybody, just because that's my goal. So it's important that your mentors know kind of what you're trying to get out of it so they can help you set those goals and help you achieve them, okay? And contact the homeowner. So this is what you're going to kind of say when you go to get those bills. You're going to basically, hey, Mike, I just started a new career in the solar industry and I'm super excited about it. I'm currently finishing up my certification and I need to design 4 more solar savings reports and present them. Could you help me out with this? Okay, and you do not have to buy anything, you know, just let me present it to you. And if you do let me present it to you, my company will actually give you a 3-day, 4-night, you know, vacation to Vegas for the hotel. Okay, not the plane, but the hotel. Could you do that for me? You're going to say sure or not. If they agree, you're going to collect the utility bill. Make sure you write down their name, their address, their phone number, and their email address. Okay, because this is what you're going to load into the BYLD back office when you tag the mentor. This is pretty much what we need so that we can put together a savings report for your potential client. Okay, and then another one. So there's a few different ones you can use. This is another one. Hey, Jen, have you noticed your electric bill going up a lot the past few years? Yes. Okay, me too. Did you know I recently started in the solar industry? I'm now certified to help homeowners evaluate if solar is right for their home and could save them a ton of money on energy costs. If solar didn't cost you anything out of pocket, would you be open to me showing you a solar savings report? Pause, let them give you the answer. If they agree, it's the same thing. Get the bill, name, address, phone number, email, and that's pretty much what you're going to need to load in, and you can tag your mentor. And now if they have questions, and a lot of times they will, basically you're going to want to pull back. You're not going to answer the questions. You're just going to say, hey, listen, there's 130 million homes currently plugged into the grid, but only about 90 million of them qualify for solar. You know, if you could just shoot me your bill, I can just let you know what side of that fence you fall on, right? The reason you want to do that is because you don't really know, and you don't want to give them any bad information, right? The mentor can help you out with, you know, getting that answered. And then here's another one you can use if they have questions. Hey, listen, as I said, I'm barely going through my certification, so I don't want to give you any false information, you know, but my manager has whatever 5 years of experience and can certainly connect you with him to answer any questions, right? Or you can even say, hey, they're going to answer that's a great question. They're actually going to, you know, go over that when they go over your solar savings report. Just shoot me your bill, and you can ask my manager that when you guys are on the call. So the key when you're contacting the homeowners is you ask for a favor to complete the certification. Okay, because the reason you're leaning on that, you're just leaning on the relationship, you know, old school network marketing stuff, right? And two is a free trip to Vegas. You can leverage that. You don't have to, but if you want to, it's there for you as well. And then they may ask, well, what do you need my utility bill for? Right? This is what we're going to use the utility bill for. We're just checking to see, you know, how much energy you're using and how much you're paying for it, so that, you know, we can see how much sun exposure your roof gets, if you got any trees or anything like that that's blocking it, because these are some of the things that will determine if your house is a good fit for solar or not. Okay, now contacting everyone else. Now, a lot of people say, oh, you know, maybe I'm sure you got, everyone probably has one person in mind, right? They're like, if I can just recruit this guy to my team, like, I'm there. Like, it's gonna just be awesome. And it's gonna just blow my business up, right? But what you don't realize is the biggest person you have to recruit in this thing is yourself. A lot of people right now on this call, they're not all in yet. They're playing. They're not all in. There's a big difference. They got their feet in the water, but they're not all the way in. They're trying it out, right? So you got to really commit yourself to say, hey, this is what I'm doing, plant your flag. So the first person you have to recruit is yourself. If you're not recruited yourself, you're going to have a hard time building the team. The second person is your spouse. I don't mean like really like physically recruit her, put her in the business, but she has to know that like this is what you're doing, and she has to be supportive, and she has to be behind you. And, you know, and sometimes you're going to have to, going back to that sacrifice, maybe you might have to sacrifice some things with the family and the wife. And if they're not on board, it's gonna be really hard in the house. So you have to get the wife on board, or the husband, right? And then recruit the world after that. Once those two things are clear, go for it, right? Because now you're set up to win. But if you try to recruit the world before you recruited yourself and before you got the spouse on board, it's gonna be all bad. I'll just tell you right now. So the last thing you really want to do is you're going to have a build business showcase. And what is it? It's just basically a grand opening. So that's where you're going to invite some people, you know, on a Zoom, and maybe invite 5 to 12 people is a goal, to get 5 to 12 people in the meeting. So to get 5 or 12, you have to invite double. So you're going to have to invite like probably, I'd say 30 people if you want to get, you know, at least 5 to 12 there. Because only half of the people that tell you're going to show up are going to even show up. I don't care. They might even text you in the morning and say they're excited to hear what you're going to tell them, and then they don't even show up, right? So it's like, you know, it's like they're right around the corner. Next thing you know, they never even make the meeting. So that's going to happen. And then the team leader is going to help you do the launch. So whoever your mentor is, they're going to go through and they're going to do the business presentation, and they're going to help you get, you know, your first few reps, customers, and some affiliates. So the way you're going to invite is pretty simple. Hey, John, I just launched my solar business and I'm super excited about it. I'm having a grand opening via Zoom because it's nationwide. And the goal is to show people how to become affiliates and get paid to refer anybody that goes solar with us. Can I count on you to make it? Okay, so you want to invite 20, 12 agree to show, 8 will actually show up. And from that 8, you should get about 2 consultants, 5 to 8 affiliates, and then 1 to 2 utility bills. Okay. And do you think that would be a successful launch to your business? Right? Absolutely. Because you got some things shaking, right? And you can do this probably in your first week or 2. I mean, preferably when your excitement's at its highest. You want to just come out the gate, right? You know, you want to launch. A launch is something that's got a lot of energy underneath it. And that's what you want to do. So again, when you start, your excitement's at its highest and your fear's at its lowest. So I suggest do it in the first few days. And that's pretty much it that I got. If anyone wants to drop maybe a question or 2, I could probably grab a few, and then we can could go from there. So I know I went through that pretty quick. Just in I know we got a little behind on the time, but I think that was pretty important stuff that I wanted to make sure I covered.
Thank you, Tony.
Tony. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Tony, for the nice session. Thank you for it. Just a quick question. This is wonderful for the solar. And what's about water and ADT? Do you have any slides for that? So like when they ask about the services, what we should tell them?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be similar. Like if you wanted to hit up somebody about the water, you could just call them and just say, hey, I just got started with a new company, and we're offering this really awesome, water filtration system. Are you currently buying, bottled water? And if they say yes, okay, have you ever thought about, getting a water filtration system at the house so you don't have to buy the bottled water and bring it back and forth all the time? And, there's some studies that some of the plastics and stuff from this bottled water gets into the water. And if they say, yeah, it's the same thing. Just set them up for an appointment with the mentor, because you're not going to really have the answer. So if they ask a question, hey, that's a great question. I can book a call with my manager and he's going to go over all of that. So it's pretty similar. You just switch out solar for water or for security.
Thank you, Tony. Really wonderful session. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't see any more in the chat. I don't see
All right.
So, okay.
Wow. Well, great, Tony. Let's give it up for Tony. Great job. Great information.
Great job, Tony.
Great job, Tony.
Thank you so much.
Amazing, Tony.
Yeah, we had to shorten it a little bit, but I told everybody we're gonna save it for next time. You didn't even hear 2 other amazing training sessions that we had planned, and the other half of Tony. So, but we'll definitely have these guys back. Just a few. We get ready to close out, but get ready, guys. Put this. Well, I can't say put it on your calendar, but definitely we'll be back in March for Super Saturday. The Dream Team is gonna be right back. Super Saturday, March Madness, date to be determined. We'll definitely put it out there and have an amazing lineup of speakers and guest speakers on as well. But man, want to thank everybody for just hanging in there with us for over 4 hours, 3 hours, over 3 hours. So man, give yourselves a hand, give yourselves a round of applause. And again, big shout out to the owners of the company. Our president was here, Mr. J.C. Rangel, Mr. Sam Bean. Brought the fire. Oh my gosh. On today, all of our guests, our panelists, Jabari, thank you so much, sir, for reaching out to the leadership of the company and setting this up, for moderating our panel. Want to give a shout out to our MC, JD. John Donovan, man, thank you so much. MC like no other. So thank you so much.
Go get it. I've had it for years, man. Go get it.
Absolutely. Hey guys, thank you all so much. Keisha, Kathy, amazing presentation. I know a lot of people were asking for your slides and all. Great job, Kathy. Who did I miss, staff? Did I miss anybody? All of our staff that's been working behind the scenes with all the walkthroughs and the setup, the planning team. Guys, there's a lot of people behind the scenes working to make this happen. So thank you. I see my lovely bride. I want to thank my wife on and my daughter on, Shamiko. Thank y'all for being here. Good to see y'all. Our Zoom master, Natasha Johnson, on. Thank you, Natasha, with spotlighting and pinning everybody. So thank you. And thank you, Tony, again for amazing presentation, guys. So the recording, we'll make the recording available here real soon this evening. It should be available. And man, have an awesome week, guys. And we'll see you all on Monday. So God bless.
Have a successful event, Tim.
Yes.
Puerto Rico.
Yes, that's a good one.
Tony,
Send us some sand.
Go, Tim. Kill it. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you.